chains off my brain. I broke the code to the matrix, pain in my veins. But now it's peace, I'm chasing fake hugs, fake dabs. Left them all in the basement, growth on my chest. Truth's the only replacement. Blizzard abroad, peace in my hands, I'm the mission. Brotherhood tight, worldwide with the vision. Left the pain back, no rewind, no submission. Real talk, real man, this my soul's ambition. Walking through the shadows, I found light in the rubble. Built from the ashes, turn my grind into muscle. No more trust for the snakes, dodging all of the hustle. Inner peace, loud victory through the struggle. Feet touch foreign land, still grounded in my roots. Global sounds bumping, but my story's the proof. Truth in the mirror while we build for the youth. Blizz in the building, let them all see the truth. Eyes on the prize, no disguise, I'm the essence. Every scar on my soul taught me life lessons. Brotherhood worldwide, different flags, same message. Unity the weapon, keep the fake ones guessing. Blizzard abroad, peace in my hands, I'm the mission. Brotherhood tight, worldwide with the vision. Left the pain back, no rewind, no submission. Real talk, real man, this my soul's ambition. Blizzard abroad, blizzard abroad, blizzard abroad. Peace in my hands, I'm a mission. Yeah, yeah.
Welcome back to Blizzard Abroad. How you guys doing out there, man? It's the midweek check-in. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, let me know you can hear me. Let me know you can hear me. Still trying to set this up, man. I've been busy day today, man. I'm still trying to set up things, get everything right. I don't know how long I'm going to be up here tonight because my grandson's not feeling too good. Loud and clear. What up, nephew? How you doing? Adam, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I'm just going to finish setting this up, man. So, it's Wednesday. Well, it's almost Thursday, but technically it's Wednesday. So what I wanted to do on my channel is, just check in with the fellas, man. The sisters too, they're welcome here. Just check in the middle of the week, man. Hump day. How you guys doing? Anything you need to get off your chest. This is the place, if you know me, man, see, I'm tired. I feel you, man. You got a lot on your hands. You went from 1 kid to 3. Like you just skipped, but that's life, man. Not to say it that way, but it's tough, man. And just hang in there, man. Just hang in there. It gets better, man. Unless you want to do it again, go for 4. Go for 4, maybe. I don't know. Maybe you skip 4 and go right to 5. I'm just kidding. But just hang in there, man. It's life, man. I know it's tough, man. I know your sleep got to be crazy right now. But it gets better. You know that. It gets better, but you know where I'm at, man. You need to talk, just reach out, So I do have, like, I'm an open forum, so I open up the panel and I let guys come up here and talk about anything they need to talk about. Today I'm going to try to stay away from politics because, like I was saying last week, politics just not going nowhere. That's going to be there. We can always talk about politics. We can always argue about politics. You know, and there's always going to be something going on. But what about us? You know, we talk so much about not having a space to talk, not knowing how to, let these things and get these things out. So we got to create our own space for that. And that's what I want to do. Cisco, what up? I don't know if you're still here. I was trying to wait for Kelvin, Sunshine Shoulders, to end this stream, but I can't wait too long. You know what I mean? Because I do got to get up in the morning. Yep, loud and clear. What up? I'm tired. Yep. Expat Adam, man, doing good considering. You a strong dude, man. You a strong dude, Adam, man. This is my email if you guys ever want to reach out. Yes, politics and religion. Yeah, they're not going nowhere, man. They've been arguing over these things for centuries. It's always going to be there. But recently we got to deal with, our issues, the things that we got going on today. And I know that I don't know if my channel is ever gonna blow up. I don't anticipate it ever blowing up because of the things I want to talk about. I'm not gonna talk about the hottest topic or the new trend or anything like that, man. I'm gonna talk about accountability, us taking, being able to look at ourselves in the mirror and see our flaws. Icy, how you doing? Icy, it's good to see you here. Icy is my number one commenter. Yeah, I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to stay up here because he's not feeling good. I know he's good. I'm not worried about him, but yeah, he says yeah, your channel will blow up. I mean, I wouldn't be mad at it. What I mean is, like, I'm just not gonna chase the trends. I'm not gonna talk about some of the issues that a lot of guys want to talk about. I want to talk about us and what we're going through. Like, it's the month of June. How am I just finding out at 47 years old that June is Men's Health Awareness Month? Like, shit like that. And when you think about it, it bothers me because these are the things that we complain about back here in the West at home. Not having these spaces, not being able to talk, being told to man up. We got to create our own spaces. The government's not going to do it. Women aren't going to do it. We got to do it. But every time we get the chance to, have a platform, it seems like it turns to the same thing. Women's sex, escapism, shit like that. But the reason why I brought that up was I don't feel like my channel's ever going to blow up. And that's fine with me because I know I'm making a difference. Even if it's one or two people, even if it's one or two people. And, I had a friend, somebody I know in real life. I didn't even know that he watched my channel, but he reached out today and he said, man, your video that you just uploaded the other day, it helped me out a lot, and he said I could share his story. I'm not going to say everything about it. But what I will say is that he's going through a really tough time right now. And somehow, like I said, I didn't even know he watched my videos. But he seen, and something I said in my video resonated with him. And it helped him. And he reached out. He texted me today. He said, man, thank you. And then we had a conversation. And he's going through a lot of the things that some of the same things that a lot of us men go through, and he said I could share it, so I'll talk about it a little bit. So, he was engaged, and at the last minute, a week before the wedding, the woman pulled out, ghosted him, and it hit him hard, and he's going through it, man. So, we chopped it up, but something I said in one of my videos, resonated with him, and he said it helped him out. So, that's the reason why I'm here. You know, that's the reason why I talk the way I talk. I talk about the subjects I talk about. You know, I know I've gotten the pushback from people. You know, my channel's a Debbie Downer and all this stuff. You know, and because I don't talk about the bullshit that you could find that on you know 10,000 other channels, man. If you want to talk about you know how to find women in the Philippines, there's 10,000 other channels for that. You know, I think I found my lane, and this is the lane I want to stay in. You know, thank you, Icy Third Like Blizzard Abroad. Thank you, I appreciate it. It's not just about the topic, a lot of it about being more professional. Yeah, I got to get better. I know I got a lot to work on, and I'm finally starting to, really think ahead and focus, and you know, and I think I'm gonna get there to that part of it. You know, expat. Yeah, Icy saying hi to expat, MK, uh, MC Gunna, and Cisco. Things behind the scenes that can help your channel grow. Yeah, I agree. Because like I said, at first I didn't know anything about algorithm, title, how to make a thumbnail. I'm still not good at thumbnails. About editing, about keywords, SEO, all that shit. Like it's kind of like even when I found out about it, I wasn't really using it. Now I'm trying to incorporate that stuff. So she says, I'll be here. I'm just finishing. I'm going to keep up with the chat tonight. Because there's nobody in here really. So that's good. Like, share, and subscribe. Yeah, hit the like button for me, guys. That's why your channel will grow, because I think you're meeting the algorithm halfway. I'm trying. I went to a Thai hospital yesterday. Tests, doctors, and 11 meds for 1 month. Cost me 40. Ooh, that's good. And they say, it's good healthcare, it's good doctors and stuff there. So does that mean we can get a full access to men's brain? Yeah, we're in here. Whatever you could dig out of our brains, you're welcome to it. Because a lot of us are closed off. But back to the guy I was talking about. Yeah, I actually coached with him. He's a good. I gotta call him a kid, honestly, because he's in his 20s. He's young, And the thing I appreciate about it, is because the way he's looking at it, man. Because we all fall down in life. When things like this happen to us, believe it or not, we feel like failures. We feel like we failed, and it's hard. But at the young age, like I said, he's still in his 20s. I appreciate the conversation we were having, because it came with accountability. And it's something that we don't see from, a lot of people, even my age. Being able to, even when he's down and hurting, not just blaming himself, but being able to look in the mirror and say, I know I did this, and this wrong. I know that, and you don't know how far that will get you in life, because the stories we hear from men most of the time is, oh, she did this and she did, and I was the best, and I gave her everything, and I did everything for her, blah, blah, blah. I never did anything wrong. But we all know that's a lie. We're all friends with guys. We have brothers, we have uncles, fathers that we've seen live. So we know that, men aren't perfect, women aren't perfect. But being able to look in that mirror, especially at that age, in your 20s, and see your flaws and be willing to work on them, and be willing to work on yourself, it's very important, man. It's very respectable, because I see a lot of guys, like I said, 40s, 50s, 60s, that still aren't able to do that, and then to reach out, to somebody that is not gonna sugarcoat it, is gonna tell you like it is, and be willing to reach out, I appreciate that, man. One, I know he's a good man. And I know he's gonna bounce back. Two, it lets me know that I am reaching somebody. I am reaching somebody, man. Where we at? Says, I'm listening, man. Share us your stories. In cases, keep doing what you're doing, bro. You're in a good middle ground. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate you saying that, man. Remain true to yourself, and you will grow over time with real people. Yeah, that's what I want, man. Your channel is good for red and black pillars, not to be so nihilistic. Yeah, that's it. Because like I always say, that I don't, I get where they're coming from. I've been through a lot of the same shit. I just have a different outlook on it. I don't go so far off the deep end. Doesn't mean I don't understand, but I don't agree with a lot of what they say. I just like to keep the focus on me, because I'm the only one that I can change. I'm the only one I have 100% ownership over. It's me. ChatGPT can help you in many aspects for your change. Yeah, I use ChatGPT for certain things. Yeah, absolutely. How you doing, Uncle? Man, I'm doing good. I'm doing as good as I could do. I got I got a little something coming up. So I'm gonna go away for not long, for a little while. And then when I come back, it's back to work. July 7th, back to work, and that's good. I need to work. I'm one of those people, man. I don't know, man. Call it what you want to. Like, I'm conditioned to work. It helps ease my mind. I think when I'm finally retired, I'll find things to do. You know, but the situation I'm in now, it's not like being off. It's like I was I was telling somebody the other night. I think I was telling Icy the other day. I said, man, I feel like a housewife sometimes, man. I'm just cooking, cleaning, like. But it is what it is, man. Like I said, it's joy. It's a joyful stress. Yeah. You're still giving man hope, and that's what people want. Yeah, I think so, man. I think so. Tonight, yeah. There's a topic, guys. My channel is more doom and gloom than yours. You know what, MK? I was watching some of your old videos the other day, man. Went back. I said, let me see the old MK. Like when you first, I didn't watch none of the workout videos, but when you like first got to the Philippines, um, I see you seem more happier. I don't know. That's just my opinion. You seem more happier, you know, or that's just the way it came across to me. Yeah. Hi everyone. AJ, what up, brother? How you doing, man? Yes. See, AJ knows what to do, man. Comes in, types mine right in the chat. That's what it's there for. That's exactly what it's there for, man. Don't be ashamed, man. I got that from Icy. This is my cousin's Poshmark store. If you guys want any, if you're overseas, it's not going to be worth it. But if you're in America, um, she has some clothing up there. Um, but if you like oils, which is the base of the colognes, like I said it before, I like the oils better because they're not as strong, and they last longer. That's just me. But check the Poshmark out. I'm not getting anything from that. That's just me looking out for family. And then I think what time travels is in here, man. So I brought it up last week, and you weren't in here. So I was like, man, maybe I gotta ask what time is it about the oils and what's really the difference between the oils and the colognes. AJ, yeah, I see. A simple man living in a world that keeps trying to change me, but I won't trade my priests for their approval. The world can pass me by. I'm not giving up my happiness just to fit in. I agree. I agree, man. I think we all should be like that. Unfortunately, a lot of us chase trends. A lot of us chase, the new, try to keep up with the Joneses and stuff, man. You know, sad. Good upload, AJ. Yeah, I seen that one too, man. That was a good one. I don't know if I commented or not. Usually, I don't comment a lot on videos. Usually I just throw, muscle sign or salute. You know. Brett, what up, man? It's good to see you in here, Brett. How you doing? Uh, Expat says, I'd rather walk alone than wear a mask to be accepted. Let them chase applause, I'll chase purpose, because when I lay my head down at night, I want to know I stayed me, not who they wanted me to be. Yeah, true. A lot of wisdom, man. Expat living overseas or Adam. Um, he gives us a lot of wisdom, man. Take it easy out there, right? Yeah, take it easy, man. I seen the Instagram post, man. What's good? What time, bro? It's good to see you in here. Is Calvin's stream ended? Like I was trying to hold out, but I got to get up in the morning. So Icy says, when people have accountability, it's easier to take them seriously. Without it, it's hard to take a person seriously. Any thoughts? That's absolutely true, man. It's so hard when talking to people who just can't see outside their bubble, like the little whatever bubble they built to protect themselves from the world, because a lot of it, that's what it is. It's hard to deal with those people, man. Especially when you can't just say, I'm sorry, or I was wrong, or this is where I messed up. It doesn't mean you're weak, man. It means that you're human, you know, and you want to get better. There's nothing wrong with that. What time, Blizzard? Let's talk about butterflies and rainbows tonight. Hey, I'm gonna open up the floor, Cisco. So if you want to come up and that's what you want to talk about, we'll do it. Nah, it's because I quit drinking and I've been dealing with quitting drinking for the past year. Oh, okay, that's what's up. Yeah, me too, man. So, it'll be 3 years in September for me. Big difference in my life, man. Big difference in my life. You know, I think I forgot who I was telling this to, man. Like when I quit drinking and realizing that I had to confront all these issues in my life without being able to have that crutch there. Um, and you got to start like really feeling emotions. Like I said, I wasn't an alcoholic, but it was a crutch. It was something I used to, when I was stressed out, or when I wanted to have fun, you know, that it's a crutch. So when you don't have that, you really have to sit within your own emotions and really deal with your emotions, man. Instead of masking them. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Adam. That's how you do it, man. Yep. Fellow content creators, type mine and not Nightbot will drop your link. There you go, man. So hello, Icy. Hope you're doing good. I haven't been able to get some streams recently because these babies got me sleeping on off every 2-3 hours. Yeah. I can't imagine having twins. All right, don't come on the screen. What's up? I know. Go ahead. All right, you good. So the kids are up late tonight because the little one got her hair done tonight. It looks so pretty. She listening to me, but no, it looks pretty. But they take so long, man. Like I thought I was gonna be late because I'm just getting there in the house. I dropped her off like 4 o'clock. It's crazy how long it takes to get the hair done, man. But yeah. What time says what up, Icy? There you go. There you go. That's what it's there for, man. As many times as y'all want, you could type mine in the chat, man. Everybody saying hi to each other. I appreciate that. Icy says, Ray, it's understandable. Try to get as much sleep when you can, very important. Yeah. I could take up to 5 years to make a complete recovery from alcoholism. Yeah. I don't know. I never been an alcoholic, but I did, like I said, I did use it as a crutch. Um, like I could go. I never felt the need to have a drink. I just wanted to, man. Yeah, it's a long process, but I'm finally getting back to normal. Yo, good job, man. And I'm happy for you, man. What's up, everybody? Blizz. What up, Ben? How you doing, man? All right, here we go. Expert advice. What time is the travel's time for scent? Says oils are good, brother. Also, they have the same chemical breakdown as the parfum. Both are formulated to last long. There you go. Appreciate that. And he's an expert. So thank you, man. Won't even associate with a person that has zero accountability. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard, man. Especially when you're in a relationship with one. Or you gotta work with one closely at work. Man. Just came on. What oils we referring to? Oh, the because I've been trying to help my cousin out. He has his own shop. He sells oils. Um, so like these oils like these, they're fragrance oils. You know, they're fragrance oils. And they hand make their own incense and sell them too. So but I was what time is it travel's time for travel? Time for scent is a botanist, right? Your botanist, I believe. So he knows all about flowers and fragrances, and he has his own channel where he does like cologne reviews. So if that's your thing, you're into cologne and cologne reviews and scents and botany and all that stuff, go check his channel out, man. Good stuff, expert stuff, man. You know, chasing rainbows and unicorns never works out in real life. Accountability equals maturity. He says, I just downloaded the StreamYard. Are you using the free or paying? I'm paying for it. I don't know if it's worth it or not. I paid for it right off the rip. You know, just because I know I want to do these open forums, so I don't think you can have like as many people up there on the free version. So I know I wanted that. So, but if you're not gonna have a bunch of people up there, I don't know if it's worth paying for it. It's hard to take people without accountability into the system seriously, especially with middle-aged children. Yeah. I see that you translate to theirs. Not yet. Sorry, Cisco. I'm so bad at multitasking. I'll be honest, Cisco. The main problem with society, brother, is that people are lonely and they do live in their own world. That's why I started a fragrance channel to keep my mind occupied with my hobby of fragrances. Yeah, so they come to the internet, instead of trying to make a genuine connection, a lot of them go the opposite way, because some of the things we see on the internet that grown people are doing, grown men and women, it's sad. It absolutely sad. Like they'll make up whole channels just to troll somebody. You know, I'm not gonna call nobody out because it's not my beef. It's not my beef, but it is sad seeing it. Honestly, you got to ask yourself, like, how much time do you have in your life to make up a whole blown channel just to troll another person? Cisco says, Zom bitch. Cisco, Zom bitch, right? I don't know. No worries, Icy. I'm just curious what she's saying. We'll just finish up here. Cisco, are you on my Discord? Yeah, that's it. Um, oh, my bad. Okay. Horticulture list. If I said that right. What did I say? I said botanist. Okay, all right. Here you go. AJ. Okay. What time is it? Selling fragrances, any free samples? Ha ha ha. Cisco wife must be mad at him. Why you still up, player? Cisco be on it, man. So y'all know it's the midweek check-in, man. Like I said, Cisco wants to talk about what you say you want to talk about? Unicorns and rainbows. So I'm gonna open it up. I'm gonna open up early tonight. Like I said, I just wanted to share a little bit of my friend's story, about falling down, getting back up, especially at that young age, because that's who we're doing this for. Maybe not maybe not just the little kids, man. Because the people in their 20s at my age, I still look at them as our kids. They're our kids' age. Only 21. So it's early over there. He's on the West Coast. Y'all remember that he's on the West Coast, so he's 3 hours behind. So it's only 9:17 over there. All right. So let's do this. Let's open it up. See if I could do 9:18. Yeah. All right. There it is. Join the panel. Like I said, whatever you guys want to talk about. If not, I got topics I could talk about. I can talk about anything, man. But it's open for us, man. Like I said, this is the place we can come. I know you just don't want to hear me giving my opinion about everything. So I like to open it up. I like to hear you guys' opinions, and it's not just the men, we have a space where women can come talk to if they want to, it doesn't have to be a sausage fest. We don't want it to be a sausage fest. But I can't help who shows up and gets up here. So you guys are welcome to. So West Side. You have a good insight, brother. Thank you, man. I appreciate it, man. What time says Icy? I do be giving some away. I just gave a young lady some woman Prada perfume. She loves it. Yeah, there you go. Not a sausage party no more. Yeah, no sausage fest. We want punanis too. Yes. There you go. There you go. All right. Guys, give me 1 second, man. I gotta put my granddaughter to bed. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back up here, man. Please just talk to each other for a second, and I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. Sorry about that. Cisco says, Brett, you in Washington. Joseph from Icy. Smash that like button if you in here, man, for your boy, man. She said sushi. Icy on YouTube. I can't see the emojis. Some of the emojis. My bad. Like number 6. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you, brother Cisco. You got leftovers. I'm coming over. LOL. Did you Dwight Howard and Lance Stevenson got into a fight in the Big Three? Did you see Dwight Howard and Lance Stevenson got into a fight? Yeah. I didn't see that, but it wouldn't surprise me. I think Lance Stevenson. I'm not a big basketball fan, but like he be pushing the limit, right? Yeah. Take your time. Now I appreciate that. Cisco International. Hey. Yeah. Yeah, what time is it? Let us know about your journey about fragrance. Want to know more? Yeah, subscribe. Um, subscribe to him, man. He's got a good channel, man. I like that. I like that he when he talks, you know he knows what he's talking about. Like it's clear. You don't gotta guess. You know, bro. We are that sushi, and then went to my wife's job to fix a cabinet. We left the leftovers in her fridge over the weekend. Ah man, not big on sushi, man. I've tried it, just not big on it, man. Big Three is Ice Cube's 3-on-3 basketball league. Yep. I don't watch it. I don't really watch basketball. I'm a football fanatic. Even though that's been slowing down as I get older, as I got more into coaching, um, I kind of slowed down watching um, actual football. So you know, hopefully I can watch more of it because I do love it. I do love football, man. Coaching it, playing. I love playing it, watching it. I love seeing how it changed some young men' lives. I miss coaching football already, man. It's only been out like not even a full year. Not even a full year out because I went all the way like up to the beginning of the season. So I don't know. I seen a kid that I coached in youth football. He's grown now. He's like 20. I seen him at the park the other day. And he's like, man, you got to come back. You can't stop coaching. What are you doing? You got to at least coach youth. And I don't know. It may be something to help. I got to do something out there in the community. Like, I'll be honest, man. It was hard to watch it from the stands this year. It was really hard. But maybe that's what I want to do because coaching football used to be fun. In high school, it was fun starting out, and then once politics and you know principals changing, superintendents changing, and they all have different agendas, it gets hard. It gets hard, man, because you're not there for that. Me, I've always been a volunteer. Like I've always been a volunteer. I didn't want to be on staff, so like y'all can have all that stuff. I'm just here for the kids. Not to be arguing, fighting, worried about, all that other shit. But I thought you guys said that baddie before. I don't know what he's talking about. FIBA 3x3 is fun to watch. I've never watched one. I might. I'm sorry, it broke my heart, bro. That stuff was good. My brother coached 1 year of 78-year-olds in football. Those are the good old days, man. Those are the good old days. If you could deal with the parents, um, it's the parents, not the kids are amazing. The kids are amazing. The parents, not so much. It'll be the parents fighting and arguing, and the parents are the hassle. You know, but the kids, I love the kids, man, especially at that age. Time to child time for Saint La La. The vibe I get to your channel, yeah. He did not like how the league was run, so he quit coaching. Ah, Blizzard, you look like a coach. Yeah, yeah. Love it, man. Good evening, Blizz. Beat your life. How you doing, brother? How you doing? Brett says, I know someone that coaches junior high football. Yeah, we don't have that here. We just got youth. I know some places they got like we call it middle school football. I wish we had that up here. But we don't. Um, but salute to all the coaches, man. Matter of fact, I know I missed it, but salute to all the fathers out there. You know, salute to all the father figures, coaches, mentors, uncles, grandfathers. You know, any male that's a role model, a positive role model for the youth, man. Salute to you, man. You know, we need more of you, and we need more of your voices. Absolutely, man. Oh, Michael Alexander's in the building. What up, bro? I meant Brent. I thought you mentioned that before. I don't know where Batty came from. Yeah. I was wondering, like, yo, what the hell is he talking about, Batty? You got Joseph in the back. What up, Joe? How you doing? Yusuf. I think he wants to be called Yusuf. What up, bro? You on the stage?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, how you doing?
How you, I'm all right, bro. How you doing tonight, man?
Chilling. Um, feeling good. Um, chilling for right now. It's late night, so
Yeah, it's late, man. Calvin be getting me, man. Calvin be getting me. He's like, I want to come on after him. I absolutely do, but it be late. Um, I don't mind because I don't got nothing going on. I don't got, I got to get up for take my grandson to school, but that's it.
mm.
So you and how's Detroit treating you, man?
Oh, you remember that? I don't remember telling you I was. That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
That's. Well, I appreciate that. That you. I
Yo,
don't remember telling.
you know what's crazy, bro? I probably won't remember your face if I seen you, which is weird, but I remember stuff like that. I remember it.
That's odd.
Like it's very odd, man.
I mean, that just means you pay attention to the insignificant detail. I mean, I remember when someone is in a state, but I won't necessarily remember the city. But yeah, no. It's nice and hot here. I like the weather. It just started to break. It took 6 months, 7 months. I can't stand it. I hate winter. So we're just finally getting some. We're black, dude. Like I need to see. I need to feel some sun on my skin. That's all
Yeah,
I feed off that sun. Without it, I'm not, I don't. It's hard to describe not having sun for that long of a period of time. And you would think I'd be used to it after all these years living in Michigan. Oh yeah, you should be. Well, I'm used to it. You adapt to it, but you hate it all the same.
yeah. Nah,
So
I know exactly what you're talking about. I know
man,
exactly what you're talking about. Yeah,
really,
I live in Connecticut, so I mean it's not as cold as
no,
up
it's not.
there,
No, it's
um,
not.
but it's the same. It's sort of the same, man. I love being in the sun. I don't care. Like I've gotten sunburn as a black man being out in the sun so
Yeah.
long. Yeah, one time in my life, like 2 years ago. Um,
Mm,
got sunburn on my neck, so that
well,
disproves that. Yeah,
well, how hot was it when this happened?
oh, it was hot, but I was here in Connecticut. I wasn't like it was just one of those days, man, where I was. I think I went out early, worked out in the sun all day, um, got out of work, was out in the sun coaching for 4 or 5 hours. So it's just one of those days, man.
Yeah, I can stand up to about 95 degrees is my limit. Um, I'm
Yeah,
talking about for hours. That's that's like I don't. That's when I start to feel it. 85 degrees is my comfort. 90 is like okay, that's all right. 95 is the limit, and I can't do nothing higher than 95. Um, but then again, I've never been in an environment that's higher than 95, like Arizona or Texas. Nor do
Philippines.
I want to find out. Not interested in
Yeah,
going to Texas
Philippines
and
is hot.
finding. I hear. I mean, I got family that's in Texas and Dallas Fort Worth, and I'm like, I don't think. To me, it'd be like the reverse winter. Like, I don't know if I like. I hate the winter, but I don't think I would like excessive heat either. So yeah, that's out of the question.
Yeah, I
uh,
used to. I used to like snow. I used to like it, but
I was a kid,
now getting older, you got to deal with it, and you got to
drive through
shovel it, plow it, driving it. Like, nah, this is
There's no making snow angels and shit like that. I mean, yeah, you liked it when you was a kid, of course, and then maybe as a teenager, and then you
yeah,
start having to drive through it, work through it. I had to get.
yeah.
Oh my goodness! Now it's like a. It used to be you were looking forward to it because it was a snow day, so you didn't have to go to
It's a
school.
task. Yeah, it's a task.
Now it's like I need to go to work. I can't miss work like I can miss
Yeah,
school.
everybody that's like, oh, I never seen snow before. Like F
I
snow.
mean,
You don't want to see it, man. It looks
no, I
nice.
mean
Yeah.
it does look nice. It's like a snow globe. It can be. It just depends. Like if you like under. And then the Christmas music, it hits harder. Like it makes you can't really have a Christmas tree. It's like something about Christmas that makes sense with snow. I can't
But that's
imagine being in like Texas and it's like Christmas.
yeah,
I'm like, what Christmas? What you mean? It's got to be snow on the ground. It's got to be some flurries.
because you grew up with it like that. Like me, I grew up with it. I can't imagine a Christmas without snow either. But the best part about snow is like when, for me, is when it's actually snowing and you go outside. If you're out in it and you just listen and it's
Yeah,
so quiet.
yeah.
So I don't know if that has something to do with science. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what's going on out there, but I know it's just
It feels
so
like you're in a snow globe
silent
yourself,
and still. Yes, yes,
and that feels
that stillness.
reminiscent of that. Like you play with the snow globe as a kid,
Yeah,
and then when you
I
go
love
out,
that.
you're in it, and you're not trying to go nowhere. You're not working. You're just kind of like relaxing, but in a weird way. You'll put on. I used to put on bundles of clothes just to go out into the snow while it was snowing, and just
Yeah,
stand outside and just. It's like it's
that's
that
it.
eerie quietness, and it feels.
I used to, yeah, my teens, I used to
It's
just go out and walk in it. I used to just walk in the snow, like, just for that though. For that, that like you said, it's like an eerie quietness.
trekking
But
through the
yeah,
snow. You feel like
yeah,
kind of like a mountain man, in a way. Like you're
yeah,
like
yeah.
it's it's kind
Exactly.
of I don't know. It's kind of cool. It's kind of like that when it's raining really hard and you just like that patter. I don't know. I like the sound of it, just hard rain and thunder.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
like that, but
Damn,
with
what the
snow.
hell? Way behind in the chat. All right, I'm gonna catch up with this chat real quick. Xbass says any topic or questions. So that's for you, Joe. So let me know. I'm gonna get through these. If you think of something, just let me know. Or if you guys think of something, put it in the chat, especially now because I'm about to get through these chats and I'm gonna catch up. So he said the school plays in the spring, middle school. So I guess middle school in the spring. Um, I don't know how it works any other part of the country. We play in the fall here where I'm at in the Northeast. We don't have. We just started doing spring football where they let us practice in the spring, but we can't. We don't have a season in the spring or the summer. I think down south they actually start in like the summer. Beach life. What time? Yeah, Joseph's in the house. Yeah, I appreciate Joe for coming up, man. So he posts on Facebook sometimes about his junior high football he coaches, man. That's another good age for me. That junior high, it could get kind of iffy in high school when the nuts drop and they feeling themselves, they dating girls and all that stuff. But for the most part, they're good kids. I've coached good kids. I've coached a couple bad ones that went on to do some bad, horrible things in life. But I know this year from the kids I've coached, four of them are going to college. So four that graduated seniors. Um, I think we had 12 seniors. So out of four of them, out of 12, four of them are going to college, and I'll take that. You know, I didn't, I had a little piece, a little piece in that. You know, Cal has some trolls tonight for sure. I don't know. I was in and out. I was in there, but I was in and out. But yeah, he gets them.
I was like, "Mark,
Yeah, he gets them trolls, man.
you're
Joe
talking to
has.
me? Who's Joe?
No, 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 Cal.
Oh, I was like, Mark.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Beat Your Life says, my bad. Yeah, I guess he's talking to you. That's the Beat Your
I
Life.
think I think I mentioned trading with him one time,
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken. Oh, he's
Yeah, we
feeding me great.
remember, man. We
What?
remember, bro.
I mean, it's not that easy because we talk a lot about different things, but yeah, the trade, man, the market is phenomenal. Like, I mean, I'm very, let's just say I'm on track to making my way on to Brazil within about 2 months. Right now, I'm just saving the money I'm making.
That's what's up.
But yeah,
That's what's up, bro. Just make sure you pop in. Let us know how you doing down there. Don't be all in the favelas, man. Too heavy. You know.
I mean, I like to hang with the women down there in the beaches. That's my comfort zone there.
What time says Cisco? I know crazy armchair bro. Oh, the armchair bros. Yeah, they were in there. Trolls are good for that algorithm. It's good for the engagement. Yeah, but they're a pain in the ass too. Sometimes, you got good trolls, you got bad trolls. Some trolls will come in, they make you laugh, they're funny. they support you. They'll come back over and over again. But then some are like diehard trolls, and they aim to disrupt, and it is what it is. We're all grown men. He says, BlizzardAbroad, do you check out any of the information I had? Share with you the last chat. Yes. I looked up some of it. Yeah. What time says, Blizzard, I didn't know you was in Connecticut. Yep. Born and
Brett,
raised in Connecticut.
you went to Multi-Museum. I don't know anybody who actually is local to Detroit, born and raised here, whoever went to the Multi-Museum. That's like a tourist thing. Henry Ford Museum, that's dope. We also don't really go there either. We do go to the Detroit Institute of Art, which is one of the largest museums ever, and it's unfreaking real. That's beautiful. But yeah, we kind of have our own spots, and the tourists have their own spots here. But I'm glad you had fun here.
Yeah. Peace license, bro. Be calling Unc out right after I plugged this channel. I was like, damn, bro. Oh, I know who you're talking about. I seen that one. I seen it pop up like 3 times. I was like, damn, this dude been kind of talking shit all night. You know what I'm saying? Put me on the spot. Yeah. Bruce, what up, brother? It's good to see you in here, man. Today was 100 degrees in Dallas, Texas. Yeah, I think it was in the 80s here, but it was humid. 100 is average in Texas. Icy says, I really wish these artists put their lyrics in the descriptions. I talked to Q on his live before. Seemed like a good brother, but he's way out there. Yeah, you should check out A-Witch. Love Snow for a while, but don't want it. Yeah, for a month. A month? That's it? You talking about, man? You talking about like from November to March.
Right. Dude.
I think this year, man, it was
sometimes April, man.
April, yeah.
Yeah.
I seen it snow in May in Connecticut one time. I was young. But yeah, it snowed in May. Yeah. Snow is nice. Love it. You must not. I don't know where you live at. What time? But man, bro, I hate it, man. And it seems like each year it's getting harder and harder to acclimate to the cold weather for me.
Mm-hmm.
Playing in the snow was fun as a kid. Yeah, yep, as a kid. Yep. I like summer bunnies. Yeah. She says she's a zombie bitch, but you can figure out what it can mean. No snow in Thailand.
Rub it in.
Miss Che, how you doing? Miss Che? It's good to see you in here. Check out Miss Che. Hey, Miss Che, type mine in the chat. MINE. MINE. Type that in the chat so Nightbot could drop your channel. I'm gonna skip some of these. I appreciate you guys talking to each other. So I'm gonna skip some of these though, just so I can catch up a little bit. Type mine. There you go. Yup. Just here for watch hours. I appreciate you. I appreciate the support. Icy, I just like the sound live. I don't listen to it otherwise. No offense taken. Yeah, there you go. Oh, you did it already. All right, thank you. If you like Wu-Ting, you'll love her. I mean, I liked her sound for my short video, not the live. Yeah. All right. Where we at? He says, I like cars and history. Brett is another guy that like he knows a lot of information, man. A lot of information on, like I told him, I said, man, you should go on Jeopardy. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff like that. Like I wouldn't think about the stuff like what he knows. He knows just a lot of different stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's the first thing I thought about was like the kind of people you see on Jeopardy. You know what I mean? I'm good in the neighborhood. Thank you. I know another YouTuber from Connecticut. Who? I see. I was only interested in what she was saying in my short video. Don't kill any brain cells over it. I know her voice and style is hard to take. Yeah. A lot of Alaska has snow for 8, 9 months. Yeah.
8, 9.
I,
Oh, no.
I don't see how people could live in Alaska. Yeah, they have, but they
Not
do it, and
people
they've
that,
been doing it for years, I guess. So that's
yeah,
what
they're
they,
acclimated.
yeah.
Not people that look like us.
Um,
I'll tell you that right now. That look.
I don't know. Some of them got melanin. Them Eskimos. I don't know if that's the right word. I don't want to be offensive, but that's the Alaskan natives. They got melanin. Not a lot of it. You know, my brother's going buy to. He's going to buy a motor home. Cisco, did you ever buy that motor home, man? I don't. I don't want to call it a motor home. Whatever you was buying, a camper or something. I forget. It was a while ago.
RV.
A RV. There you
It's
go.
a
Yep.
fancy
Yep.
way. Don't
Yep.
nobody want to be. Like, that's my motorhome. Like a
Yeah.
real hillbilly way of
Yeah.
saying it. Dang,
Alaskan
cat
ice
farm. I know that.
bunnies. I see you dropping Japanese hip hop. Anything you guys want to talk about, put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. So how so it's the middle of the week. Anything you want to get off your chest, brother? Anything you want to get off your chest, man? That's what we here for, man.
um, what do I want to get off my chest? Hmm. Well, I guess the most recent thing I'm just finding out about. It's a little political, but I don't know. Yeah, it probably is. It would be considered political to most people. Saying current issue with Israel and Iran.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
find that
everywhere.
fascinating. Um, like, what is this? Like, what's going on? What did they do? What happened? Because it's kind of important. Because people are talking about like third world. I'm like, ah, man, this is not looking not looking too great. But I don't know. I was just looking at some things and just a bit of self-interest, considering that I myself am uh, I was raised Jewish, so I do have a I guess a bias for them. Um, so I don't know. I see things about them that I see the way they're treated. Um, how the majority of the world see them as the perpetrators and as the villains of the story, and yet it goes completely against my experiences growing up with them for up until I was maybe 13, and the way they were just as a people. Um, the nicest people, the most generous I've ever met, I've ever known. I took it for granted. That's all I've ever known until I got around other people. Uh,
Yeah,
even though I was the only, you can imagine, one of the only people that looked like myself, my skin color in the synagogue, I never felt like I was an outsider. Ironically, it wasn't until I got around people that looked more like me where I felt like an outsider. That was very odd. So as I'm looking at the situation, I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to really go as much research into it. I know some of the history, the beef that Iran has with Israel, Israel has with Iran, and it's like you try to be balanced and fair in your perspective and history, but they have a history that goes back thousands of years,
yes.
and I'm like, oh my god, dude, like this is just like this has been boiling up to this point some 2,000 years later, but to us it's like, man, what's the big deal? Like, why can't y'all all just get along? And then you look, you just peel back the layers and say, okay, this is man, this
Yeah.
is interesting one. But I feel like a lot of people take the side um of it of Muslims or the actual aggressors, and they look at Israel as the true aggressor. I have my theories as to why. Seen it growing up. I can say there's a lot of jealousy involved. Man, whatever these people touch, it turns to gold. Kind of weird. They can go into Hollywood and just like make things happen. Go into banking, make things happen. Anything they get into,
I
it's like
mean,
it just works.
okay. I mean, I get that. I mean, it went. I get it. I don't got nothing against Jewish people at all. So, I mean, at the end of the day, they're people, just like everybody else. You know, and but Jewish is different than Israel, right? And I think that's where people get it confused. You mix the state with with the religion of Judaism.
Well, a lot of people interchange it. Um, they do interchange it. You're supposed to separate it, but they
Yeah,
usually don't. So if they find out someone is Jewish or is a Jew, and but well, it's not just religious; it can also be ethnic. Um, so someone can be Jewish and not practice Judaism, but by birth, just by biology, their ancestry, they are still Jewish. Um, and this is why a lot of them change their names because it's pretty
yeah.
terrible. uh,
I'm not well
Ever
versed
versed
on.
on it?
Not really. I know some about it. I know enough to have a conversation about it, but I couldn't really go deep into it, to be honest. I know some people, they can have this conversation. They can talk about, all 13 tribes and all this stuff. I can't go that deep into it.
I
But
can't even.
it is fascinating to me, like how you can't criticize the state of Israel. Why? Why can't you criticize the state like you could criticize any other state? I could say the Philippines, I don't agree with this. I could say the United States sucks. I could say Iran sucks or whatever, you know. But it's just something about Israel that you can't say, you
Or
know.
they'll call you an anti-Semite, right?
Yeah,
That's what
not
people
that I
say.
want to. I don't agree with what they're doing, you know. But then again, I don't know the exact history. All I know is what I see.
Right.
What I see, I don't like it. You know, I don't. You know, and I don't want to get all too caught up in it because honestly, right now, there's nothing I can do about to stop it. I wish I could. I wish we did have that power. You know, because I think it's wrong. I think a life is a life, and it should be valued the same. No matter no matter where they came from, where they were born at. You know, and
I agree.
if you can look at that and not feel anything, you know, if you can look at what's going on over there and see thousands and thousands and thousands of innocent people getting, annihilated off the face of the earth and not feel something, you know, I think that speaks to who you are as a person, you know.
I agree.
I
I'm
think
not.
on both sides, it's just kind of like, when does it stop? Like you said, it's been thousands of years. When does it stop? Because we can't keep getting dragged into this over and over and over again, either.
We don't want to be.
Hell
Um,
no.
just like we didn't want to be dragged into the wars. It's like, unfortunately, it's like we are that. It's like we are the world's peacekeeper and aggressor at the same time. It's strange.
Yeah.
So we'll start wars, and then ask the world to help us finish it, or we'll back away. Then the world says, "Hey, we need you to come into this world and help us." So it's
Yeah.
like they look to us, and unfortunately, that's just the way
We'll
it is.
overthrow governments.
Yeah,
we'll we'll assassinate duly
gypsy
elected
kings
leaders.
like
And then 100,
Gaddafi.
100 years later, we're wondering why. Not even 100 years, 20 years later, we're wondering, you know, You know,
It's
what's
just
wrong with the economy in
so
that
unstable.
country? Or, you know, it's like, that's America. We know
Yeah,
it, you know.
yeah. Saddam Hussein, like he as bad as he was, and he was worse than I thought he was. It was still, it was we were still better off not just leaving them alone. Even as bad of a dictator, like I mean, wild stuff. I was like, wow. But that's not the reason why we went there. But we were still better off leaving him as dictator because it's still a vacuum there that no one has been able to fill.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's we can be peacemakers, like I say, and we can be the aggressors.
yeah.
Just strange thing.
Salute, Ryan. How you doing, Ryan? How you doing, brother? Yeah, but even with that, like we supported Saddam Hussein
Oh
during
yeah,
the
you did.
during the Iraqi and Iran war.
You're right.
Like we have
That's
our
correct.
hand
Gave them guns and
in
weaponry and
so
ammo.
much shit,
We
you
helped
know?
him win that war that he fought, which caused him to win that. I forgot what the name of the war was, but it was against another country. And at the time, Saddam was on our side. So we gave him the weaponry and he came into power. And then I think something like a decade later, now, look, maybe after almost 2 decades, now we got a problem with the people that we helped. They're using weapons and things that we gave them from, like, it was like, man, how ironic is that? The enemy
Yeah.
of my enemy is my
But it
friend.
seems that we do that over and over and over again. We do it over and over and over again.
Sometimes we know we're doing it. Sometimes we know we might have an issue with this person, but for right now, we need this person to take care of this present issue, even though we might have to deal with this guy at a later time, which is
Yeah,
like you're playing hot potato.
absolutely.
And that's politics, I guess.
Absolutely. Yep. Define the collective. Yeah, there you go. Varied and mixed. Let's say. Never heard that. Hey. Yeah, man. There you go. Desert Storm. No,
That's
it
it.
was us fighting them against in Desert Storm. It was us fighting Iraq in Desert Storm. But I know for a fact that we supported Saddam Iraq against Iran. Um,
Yeah, yeah. And now we look like we might have to support Israel
so I
against
was in
Iran.
third grade when Desert Storm started. I don't know. I don't think Trump should do it. I don't know. I know. I don't know, man.
You don't think so?
He playing with fire, man. Like none of
Yeah,
who
he
wants
did.
a war, man. What American wants a war right now? What American wants to be? You got some war hawks, you know, um,
They're
that
itching to
are
get
out
into the
there, but
yeah.
I think he splits MAGA in half. Um, Not that I know enough about it, but I think he splits MAGA in half if he does that, you know. And I think he loses the one absolute thing he had as a president was that he did not start a war, you know, did not get us involved in war.
That's a good point. And
So
I think one of the few presidents who have, at least in his first term, right? He prevented one, um, career potentially, but that was I don't think he's going to escape this one. Yeah. So but anyways, I don't think nobody
yeah,
want
I
to
don't
talk
know. I
about
don't know
that.
how long. Like I said, I don't know how long I'm gonna be up here. My grandson is up, going crazy. But oh man, but like I said, you love it. Um, yeah, I think he should absolutely not do it. I know that Trump is known for um Trump is known for making these threats and using them as leverage. But I think this is you can't do that with war. You can't do that with war. You know. Well, I don't think you should do that with war. You know. But
Yeah,
Celia Cruz, she was the queen of salsa music. I think you dig her. Their songs. Yeah. They just talking about music in the chat. They don't want to talk about. They don't want to
yeah,
talk
no,
with us. They just talking to each other, man. No, but I appreciate it though. Very picky with my music that I listen to, but when it comes to dance songs, not picky. Anything that can make my body wants to move will be fine. Yeah, yeah. So
I think Brazil has some of the. They talking about dance music. My goodness, I was like the music. Oh, I
in
still got.
Brazil,
And yes, they it's a flavor, a rhythm, an energy in the music that they make. And I remember getting into the cab and every single song on the radio. You know how sometimes you get in the car and it's like, I don't want to hear that. You like, there's a lot of skippables.
yeah.
But I was like, now, first of all, I don't understand a word of lyrics that they're saying is music. I'm just hearing them. Boom, boom, I'm like, but you can feel whatever they're saying. It's like, okay, I can, what is this? So I'm Spotifying all of these songs, Shazamming them.
Yeah.
And then I get to the hotel, and then it goes from music in the car, that every single song I like. And then I get to the hotel and I'm hearing music. And I'm thinking, like, where is that coming from? Is a radio on in my room? So then I open up the window, pull back the curtains, and I see people dancing and singing like this a live club outside. Like we here in America, we go to a club indoors. Like it's like okay, you can hear like do-do, do-do, do-do inside, but they have their club outside, and the club is everywhere. So I'm like, here it's like, man, it's
So
the
like in a
music
square, like in a square.
like a town square.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
people from all over just come over and participate. You're not paying a cover charge. You don't get people, well, they drink. They have their version, capaneros or something like that.
Where was it?
This is Brazil.
What part?
Um, to
Don't be stingy,
Salvador.
man.
Oh, man, I'm nervous.
Salvador, Bahia, or something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've heard of that. I
yeah.
heard a lot of guys mention that.
It's a special. Now, I didn't know that it was a special place. Most people, when they first go to Brazil, they go to Rio, right? Rio, maybe Sao Paulo. Um, and Rio, in hindsight, is where I should have went, but I went to Salvador because of the young lady in the picture who's a tour guide. She just so happened to be in Salvador as a tour guide. I was like, ooh, I want her as my tour guide. And
Okay.
she could have look,
Hey, hey.
dude. She could have been in Timbuktu for all I care. I would have went. He was like, "Why'd you go to Salvador by here?" I said, just like yeah, that's the one place that most people go to when they're more experienced, and they've been to Brazil a few times before because no one there speaks any English. Whereas in Rio, at least they speak something. And there's like designated spots that you can go to where there's other tourists like you and I there. But in Salvador, you don't see not one other American soul anywhere,
Okay.
nowhere. So, but the music, man, is so fire. If people talking about music, actually, let me go ahead and put the one song that since they talking about music, they got to listen to this. I know Ice is gonna love this song. She's gonna love this
There you
song.
go.
It's gonna be
Put it
addictive.
in there.
Hold on one second.
Brett says, I found these awesome kids. One 14-year-old that is a great singer, and the other is a 10-year-old rock blues singer and guitar player. That's all right. We love you, Blizzard. I love y'all too, man. Absolutely, man. Funky Brazilleria is my jam to booty dance. But when it comes to hip hop, ooh la la, I'm very picky. Yeah, there's just so much out there, man. Explore, man. Find what you like. Beach of Life says that Aztec influence on the Inca people back in the day, they used to have a dance off before a fight. That's why the I can't pronounce some of these words tonight, I'll be honest. So if I'm messing up the words, forgive me, please. Capoeira is a dance style and quasi fighting style. Okay. Chamina Bijin is a F fucking good one. Yeah. Visually and audio wise. Salute. I love my girls making noise in the hip hop world. What does BlizzardAbroad like? It keeps you company when you feel like to be on your own space. Um, I like old music, to be honest. Um, 60s R&B. 60s R&B is that's when I'm alone, that's me. 60 R&B. And depending on the mood, you know. I love Otis Redding, man. Otis Redding is my favorite artist. Because the way he sung his songs, man. Every word, every syllable, he sung with emotion. You can feel it in every night. It wasn't one word that wasn't filled with emotion, no matter what he was singing about. You know, the Otis Redding is absolutely my favorite singer of all time. That's just me. Cisco says actually the Aztecs and Incas didn't really contact each other at the beach of life. The contemporary music of the Caribbean, Central, and South America is mostly influenced by the Africans brought to the Americans. Yeah. No auto tune for me, please. If you have to do it, make it artistic. There's a link, guys. If you want to check out what Joe's listening to.
That
Click
song
on
is
that.
thick. It's that's the first song I heard when I got off the airport. I'm like, ooh. I was so listen. I'm trying to ask now. Now I'm forgetting I'm Brazil. So I'm trying to ask my driver. I said, "What's the name of the song?" He said, "Okay, what?" I was like, I said, "What's the?" I said, "Oh, you damn." I speak. Okay, so I had to get out the Google Translator. Yeah.
I see you.
Oh,
My bad. I see you don't like Roger and Zap, Computer Love. You gotta listen to that one, Icy man. That's basically auto tune. Says Chat GPT doesn't know shit about history. Yeah. I got accused of being Latino in Cal live tonight. Oh wow. Better be careful out there in LA, man. Or California, bro. Agree with it or not. I don't agree with 100% of it. But
it's
but
crazy. I looked at some of that too. Some of the footage, like the real footage, like them. I mean, it's not funny. It's just like they're going into like meat packing plants and rounding up. This dude, it's like he's serious about this. I was like,
it's a
man,
lot. It is crazy. I love all
pepper
it.
ball
No offense.
sprays and mace and
Yeah. No offense. No offense, Icy, of course. I just meant check that song out because it was like the birth of the auto tune. I think now it's gone too far. It's crazy. Um, it's gone too far. But yeah, do you think it's overboard yet or no?
what you mean? You telling me?
Yeah, yeah.
Is what
I
overboard?
ice.
Are you talking ice?
I guess if you consider Spanish Latino, it's not. Then I'm guilty. Oh, you're differentiating between European Spaniards or something, and Latinos. Can you do that though? Can you differentiate between Spaniards and then Latin American? I don't know. Like I'm asking. I wanna see you guys' opinion. Because didn't like the Spaniards colonize most of those countries? Icy says the reason I was talking about labels and then it goes down to Japan, Philippine labels. We need context. Yeah, yeah. Let's talk about alpha victims. Latino is a made up word. See, I don't know. I'm learning. Ice is way out of control. for Americans, I just say full Asian hair. Yes, you could say that. But see, I think it depends who you're talking to. We know you. We understand. When you say that. Um, she wants to talk about alpha victims. I think I'm gonna hold off. If you want to talk about it, we could talk about it. But you gotta come up, Icy.
What is that?
Alpha victims. It's something I've been saying lately. It's just about these male crybabies, the guys that they a lot of them. I guess you could say red pill, where they're alpha, so-called alpha males, but they blame all their problems on women in the West, in the Matrix. So I've been calling them alpha victims lately.
That's the interesting contradiction, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's,
yeah, I don't
it's
get it, but I've been pushing back against it for a while. I just haven't been like I haven't come out and said it that way. You know, like how are you
that's
this
what it
big
is.
bad? I'm a man and this and that and but every word that comes out of your mouth is
About a woman.
woman did this to me, the West did this, America did this to me, the Matrix did. No, man, take control of your own life. Take control of your own life, man. You're an alpha man. You're a leader. Nobody should be affecting your life that much if you're an alpha male, which like I said, doesn't even exist. You know. Um,
To take the
when I hear Americans talk, that's what Latinos are. Still BS terms, but it's what people use. Yeah. When I hear Americans talk, I know you're an American. You're distinct.
how does she know? What makes us what gives us away?
We
Because I
don't
know
talk like I know we don't talk like any other people. We don't
I
talk. We
just
don't. Our English is nothing like how the Brits talk.
I don't but okay. Because I know they have an accent, but I don't know if we have an accent. And I don't know what from her
Yeah,
perspective, what gives us away as Americans. I'm just really curious. 'Cause, 'cause I know what
yeah.
it was like in Brazil. The moment they looked at me before I even opened my mouth, a gringo? I was like, how did you even know?
Gringo.
It's the way I dress, or it's the way I walk.
Okay.
So I looked like someone and dressed like someone who was from America. And I was like, I can't even hide.
Uh, she says it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter your color or what your color or where you come from is irrelevant. Yeah. Beach Life says Latin America is a made up word also.
Yeah, but that's not answering the question like what makes us, how does she, what gives us away as Americans? 'Cause I don't even know what it is. I can't know because I'm American. So
It's colonial whitewashed language. Actually says, did you know America has no official language? I didn't know that. So our official language is English. Maybe it's not on the books, but it's unspoken if it's not on the book, written somewhere. I don't know.
you
But
say it's
we
English.
are, I mean, people talk shit about America so much, but honestly, the things that we do in America to make other people um, to assimilate, to help assimilate other people into America is crazy. Because I got some paper. I'll tell you why I say that is because I got some paperwork from the state the other day. Is regarding my grandkids, and it was only one paper. It was only one paper, but the envelope was this big. And you know why? Is because they had like 20 something different languages. That piece of paper, they translated it into 26 different languages.
Man, it's crazy.
And I mean, It's crazy. It's
No,
crazy. I don't think.
I'm
I don't
telling
know if I agree with it.
you.
I don't agree with it because it's like such a waste to print that out that many times. But then again, it just does show you, like, yo, we do welcome all people here. You know, at the
Speak
same
our
time,
language. Don't come over here
you know,
thinking you're going to have a whole life and be and live comfortably and never take the time to speak English. Like you need that in order to get around. Like
I
before I
mean,
go,
but
I know
you can.
you
I know people
can.
that don't speak a lick of English.
However, it's going to be like I know what it feels. So I know what it feels like to be into a country where I don't speak the language. I've never had that experience before, but I have enough common sense to know when I go back to Brazil, I'm going to have some conversational Portuguese.
Yeah, yeah,
Conversational. I need to
yeah.
be able because why? I the issues I
I
ran
speak
into that
English.
it makes you feel like a child. Like, oh, I can't get around. I can't catch the bus properly. Oh, if I'm catching the bus, how do I know where I'm going? I have to be able to read street signs. How do I read? I can't even read a menu when I'm going to order food. So these are things that if I'm going into this country, I know just common sense. Okay, learn the language of the land. Not I don't
Yeah,
I'm not going to be proficient. I don't need to be super fluent, but I should strive to want to be, especially if I intend on living there permanently. So when these people come here, I don't care where they're
yeah.
coming from. You need to know how to communicate with me in the language that is primarily spoken in the country that you want to move into. If you want to have a
Yeah, I
comfortable life,
guess. I guess.
a good
I
life.
get. But if
Otherwise,
I'm somebody's grandmother and I'm coming over here, you know what I mean? I don't think. I think it's just different. There's levels to it. I
I
think
don't.
there's
I mean,
levels to it. You should
I don't.
want to, but I think in America, you nowadays you really don't have to. You really
You
don't have
shouldn't.
to.
It's
You know,
not. It
not the.
doesn't.
You know what I mean?
It
You're
doesn't.
talking about interacting with the general public. Who gives a fuck? Who are you? You know what I mean? But if you want to work and job, you want to have a job, you want to, you might need to learn some. You know,
Or you might be taken
that's just
advantage
all.
of. You don't know your rights, or if you have any rights, you don't know you're getting taken away by by ICE, and then you don't know how to speak. They're just gonna say, "Oh, this person they can't talk with." They're gonna manipulate you, even if you have a right to be here. So now you're gonna get shipped out. So it's like legally you have issues, societal wise you have issues. I mean, if you can't speak the language of the land, you're gonna have issues, and just on the basic level. So you can say there's different ways of looking at it. To me, it's really black and white. I didn't think,
No, it's
oh
not.
yeah, I'm just gonna move in Brazil and
It's not.
I'm just not gonna speak the language. I'm just gonna make do as if I'm on vacation. No. I needed my tour guide. I needed some help. And Google Translate
I
was
mean,
not
no, I
enough.
get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. What I'm saying in America,
You're saying it's
I,
not necessary. It's necessary. It's necessary. Because then
I
they
don't think it's
isolate themselves.
absolutely necessary. I don't think it's absolutely necessary. I think, and we see it, people can live in America and not speak a lick of English.
And
Not
I
a
just don't
lick of English.
they can do it, the
You
quality
know?
of because they form communities. So like you have the Mexican community,
Yes.
like here, you have
Yes.
the Muslim community. I get it.
That's what
So
I meant
but with
about the abuela, a grandmother or something that who could come here and live. And she don't need to, she not going to learn no English. Not, I'm not saying all of them, but some of them. You know what I
but
mean?
that
Because they don't
also
speak it. They don't speak it. They don't speak English in the house. It's just like how they say, you always hear the guys that go to the Philippines, they'll say, you know, yes, they speak English. They can speak English in the Philippines, but they don't speak English. You know what I mean? Yeah, they'll speak it to you. But when they go home, they don't speak English. You know what I'm saying? They don't speak it at all. It's the same way here. You know what I mean? A person that comes here, even if they do or they can speak English out in public, when they go in the house, they're speaking their language. Primarily they're speaking their language. So
well,
if you got somebody that doesn't go out a lot, you know, like I keep saying the grandmother or the older person, they don't go out enough to speak it because all they're hearing in that house when everybody comes back in their house, they're speaking their own language, whatever language
well,
it is.
in that case. That makes sense, but I mean, I guess I
It's
would
just
speak
like
for the
you.
majority.
If you moved, say you had a wife or whatever, if you moved to Brazil, even if you learn Portuguese, when you come home and you're talking to your American wife or whatever, you're gonna speak English.
That's true.
And every chance you get to speak English to somebody, you're probably gonna speak English.
You might be right about that.
Ryan says, I'm a white male Australian. Ha ha ha. So my girlfriend here is Spanish and she gets excited that she recognizes 3% of the words. Yeah, I'm having a tough time learning these languages myself. Um, I keep having to start over. And I got Pimsleur. I keep having to start over, man. I don't know, man. I think the best way is maybe if I had Pimsleur and somebody I talk to every day, like, because just like trying to, I feel like on Pimsleur, um, it's a good app, but I feel like you're still trying to just memorize. You know, you're trying to memorize it. Then you're not using it every day, conversationally.
But you're onto something there. So there's so apparently I dodged the bullet because most people we think of Rosetta Stone, Pimsleur, or even the more popular app Duolingo. Uh, man, they scamming a lot of people on that, and nobody's learning the language. Why? Because my this lady in this picture, who's my tour, my who was my tour guide, who I didn't even know she was a. She just started like teaching me like little words in Portuguese while I was there. Oh, this is how you say this and this. And I'm like,
Yeah.
oh wow. I was like, well, you're pretty good at this. I said, you should be a teacher. She said, well, that's what I do for a living. I
Oh,
teach
see, yeah,
I teach
that's
people
what's
how to
up.
speak Portuguese, but her technique, she actually gave me the sauce when I was there. And I shouldn't say sauce for those, it's an international crowd. She gave me the um, secret. She gave me the secret on how to learn a language. She said, well, she told me how she learned English. She said, I watched a bunch of Friends, the old Friends TV show. I said, okay. And I'm still not getting it. I was like, what does that got to do with learning English? She said, I just kept watching the show. I just kept watching. I said, that's how you got, basically, you start speaking fluent. She said, yeah. So you basically reverse it. You find shows that are in Portuguese or movies or music, and then you engage yourself with things that you naturally are interested in. It has to be a show that you like, a movie that you love, music that you want to dance to,
Yeah,
and then
she
that's how you
like
learn.
bars. She like bars, so she watched Cheers. She's watching Cheers. But I see what it is. Like I think so, man.
That's the way to do it
I'm paying for
because
Pimsleur. I'm not learning shit.
that's how we learn. Like you have to think of like at what point in time you think like the music we listened to when we was younger. A lot of times we think it's oh we're learning how to read and write, but actually we learn all that way before we get to writing it or speaking it. We hear it because we oh that song sounds good, and then you naturally want to learn the lyrics. So when you listen to a song with lyrics, you sing it out loud, but you don't. But you're learning words as you're singing it, as you're watching a TV show. That's my favorite movie quote. So it's like but that's how we engage. And then also, like you said earlier, just being in a household full of people who are speaking the language. So
Yeah.
that's the final part. That's where she comes in, where you're speaking it. So first you hear it. That's the movies, the music, the TV shows. And that's something that you just naturally want to do because wow, this show is really interesting. And you want to know what the lyrics are. And then you start speaking it. And then she said at some point, she said it was weird. She said it was like one day I was watching the TV show and then I didn't understand it at first. And then I woke up and then all of a sudden it was like a snap of the fingers, like I just suddenly knew whole sentences in English. She said it blew
Oh
my
wow.
mind. She said you don't plan it. You just enjoy what you're watching, what you're listening to, and then it's like when you learn how to tie your shoe. It's frustrating at first, and then suddenly you just know how to do it. Where you're trying to make it work, and then it's like, damn. She
I
said that's
mean,
kind of like what it's like.
it's some truth to that because sorry to say, I watched the Pablo Escobar series on Netflix,
Oh
and
no, I
I
like
already
that.
yeah,
Nothing
yeah,
to be
it's in
sorry about.
Spanish. It's in Spanish, and I already know like some Spanish. I grew up around Puerto Ricans my whole life. I could follow the conversation, but I never know exactly what they're talking to. So it was kind of that same way with that show. But I learned some new words, just by seeing it, hearing the words, seeing what they're doing.
Yeah,
You
the
know,
contact,
yeah,
the way how it's used, the way you say it. So, but the
yeah,
way they try to teach us in school, like Spanish 101,
yeah.
and we thinking logically that makes sense.
Got Miss
Logically, we
Wishy
write
down
down.
there. Miss Wishy, hello, Miss Wishy. How you doing? Welcome. I just dropped the link. For anybody wants to come up. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense. But it's still hard, man. For me, I don't know. I don't want to use the excuse at this age. It's hard to learn. I just think it's hard to set aside. Um, for some of us, it's probably hard to set aside that time to where we're actually going to focus on it, and it doesn't feel like another chore. You know?
Yeah, like a job or something you're trying to
Yeah,
do. Which is why the music and the movies and TV shows helps with that. You watching Pablo Escobar, you're not thinking I'm learning Spanish, but you're
yeah, yeah,
you're forced to learn it, and you're naturally intrigued like a child would be. You just, oh, I want to know what that means so I can understand the
yeah.
show and the context better. And so that's how you learn it
So
without
go,
getting
yeah.
bored of it.
Everybody go
That's how
watch
you
that
learn.
show on Netflix. I forgot the name of it, but it's Pablo Escobar series on
I
Netflix.
saw the first
It's
two
pretty good.
seasons.
It was good. Yeah,
I didn't
it,
see the
it
third
was
one.
good. Yeah, I watched the whole thing during COVID. During COVID, yeah. Icy says, I think by interacting and learning different language is something that's a cup of tea of mine. Yeah, Icy speaks. Oh shit, I forgot Icy. I'm sorry. I think 4 languages. I think she's fluent in 4 languages.
That is so.
It's
I don't
like to
know.
answer your question. Oh,
I mean,
Yusuf. Oh, shots fired. To answer
oh,
your, I can see the neck snapping now. To answer your question, Yusuf. Joe. No, I told her we're going to Brazil and she's gonna translate. Oh, Portuguese and Spanish, and I don't know what language, what dialect she speaks. So either Bisaya or Tagalog. That's impressive. You know, the reason I advocate my fellow Filipinos speaking English, never be shy about it. Yeah, speak it, man. That's how you're gonna learn. A lot of people are shy, but shit, I could say that, but I was shy to even try, to speak Tagalog when I was there. So,
no, I don't. I
but
know
yeah,
some basics which help me, but I don't. I just when I talk about my love for the music, it may be, and then the people, and it's like I love the way the Brazilian Portuguese. I love the way
oh,
it sounds. It
yeah.
sounds very musical. So I was like, okay, I want
See,
to learn.
I don't know much about legal immigration to America. I don't. Beecher Life says, while English proficiency is part of the citizenship process, the immigrants who come here and skip the line don't get that education. Yeah, they don't get a lot. They don't like. I guess like
Mm,
Joe was saying, they don't get their rights. They don't understand a lot of stuff, man. So that makes sense. I never thought of it that way. You know,
just
that
coming here
does
to
make
work for
sense.
money. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's not.
and
And
sit
then
at
this
home.
this is
You
and
know.
this is how you get the issue where you have people flying the Mexican flag in an American country. And it's like that comes from you not being taught like Constitution and having a sense of American pride. You're basically saying you're not an American, even though
Maybe.
you want to be in America. You
I mean,
want
I
to be
wouldn't
there.
fly it at an anti. I wouldn't fly it at a protest. You know what I mean?
I mean,
You
you're
see it
very
on the
anti-American.
porches all the time. Like you see the Irish flag, you see the Italian flag,
That's different,
the
right?
Albanian flag. You
But
see
even
a
with
whole
that,
bunch of flags.
you
You know,
see that compared usually with the American flag.
but
So
not
they'll
at a
fly their
protest.
flag. Yeah, the protest, you're making a statement that I am not an American, and this is where I'm really from. It's like, okay, well, that's where we want to send you. Go back. Why is that an issue? You're flying the flag Okay, that's where we want to take you. Now it's an issue that we want to take it. We're doing it for free. I'm gonna not go there. I'm gonna not go there.
He says it takes time to learn a language. People flee in their crazy ass country. Learning English isn't their immediate priority. Bro, I don't know.
It never becomes a priority.
I
So
like I don't know, man.
some
Like
BS, bro. You come here, okay, it's not. I get it. You're fleeing, so-called. You quote unquote, you're fleeing someplace. Okay, cool. And then, but 10 years, 20 years, 30, like you still don't like basics. No one's asking you to speak fluent, and it's
I
just
think
very
people just
disrespectful.
have the people are not going to agree on this immigration thing. If we could agree on this, we wouldn't be 30, 40, 50 years having the same conversation over and over again. Just not going to agree. You know what I mean? Some people believe that to immigrate to a country, you have to do it the right way, no matter what. There are
Yeah,
people that'll tell you how fucking that America's falling and America's doomed and it's gonna burn to the ground. That we can't flee our country and go somewhere else
we can't.
illegally. We can't
We
do it.
can't do it.
There's laws and rules. You know, every country has them, and I don't know how we gonna fix it, but I know like just keep. It just seems like we're just arguing, arguing, arguing. Um,
No, it's getting fixed. It's a pretty. It's a brute process, and it's
I
not very
mean,
pretty. And it's
he's
like,
not
oh, I
gonna.
don't know if
You
this is
ain't
the way.
kicking all these people out. It's not gonna happen.
Not all of them,
It's
but I
not gonna
think it's
happen.
more so. It's more so he's going to get a couple of thousand, a lot of thousands, and it's going to be more so of a statement and a precedent. That's the goal because he can't do it all in 4 years. He's not going to get millions of. That's not. We know that's not going to
It's not gonna happen.
happen.
No,
But
it's not.
it's just like
I don't
it's
think
about
he gets. He's
establishing.
not gonna put a dent in it.
It's establishing a precedent that we're not going to no longer
I
tolerate.
knew Cisco was coming. I knew Cisco was coming up.
Oh, here
What
we go.
up, bro? I was just curious. Go ahead, brother. How you
Coming
doing,
here,
man?
about to come in here and do battle with Joe again.
What up? I knew he was coming, bro.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
All right,
Hold
give
on.
me 1 second, man. Let me handle some business behind the scenes real quick. Man. You guys got.
Round one.
Fight.
Two, three, fire.
No, no, no. You know what? It honestly, there's so many strong opinions that you're never gonna get people to agree. In a short amount of time that we have to talk about this stuff. But I mean, I guess I just want to say, just give people some grace. People are trying to do the best they can to live and survive, and you know, I think. Well, let me ask you this. You know,
Mhm.
you're an American, Joe, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, and I'm assuming, I could be wrong. I'm assuming your ancestors were people who were enslaved at some point in the United States, correct?
That
Wait, I'm sorry.
yeah, that as well as land taken the Indians. So
Okay,
well, yeah.
okay. So in either case, or in both cases, I should say, the way your ancestors learned to speak English was not to come here and get a better job or not to come here and make a better life for themselves. They literally had it beat into them. They literally were forced to learn it. Um, and it's ironic. I hear people, especially black people, who expect immigrants to come here and immediately learn the language, or already know the language before they get here, or even have a desire to learn the language. It's ironic to me that your ancestors didn't didn't have that choice. It was basically forced upon them, and just that fact alone, I would think you would allow some grace for people who are coming here, and at least give them the benefit of the doubt that they have no interest in learning.
And
All right, all right, all right.
I get it, and you say, well, you would know of all people, based on your ancestors' history, what is like. But here's the thing: no one's forcing you to do it. It's more like it's just like, for me going to Brazil, for example, it's just a respect for the people. It's a respect for the people in the land that I'm going to. It's the basic respect, conversational, not fluency, but kind of like the ability to be able to not put the uh um the person who's taking my order at the restaurant, making them do three times as much work trying to figure out what it is I'm trying to say or do. And that's what the people who are coming here, not speaking even basic conversation, or it's too broken to where it's ineligible. And it's like, okay, you're having to try to play musical chairs with the words, and oh, I think you're trying to say that. That is not fair to us, the same way that it wouldn't be fair to the people in Brazil who I put that through. There should be a level of empathy that I would have for those people in their culture, a level of respect. Okay, learn some, enough so you can get by, enough so you can make my job easier, enough so we can communicate and make things flow. But it's this idea that you come here in any country and say, I'm just going to take advantage of all the resources, the economic prosperity which is here, and I'm going to be here illegally, essentially, and then let's just see how it works out. And I'm going to create this bubble around myself where I can't communicate with the majority of people who speak English. That's not right. It's not right. And what they do typically with people who come here legally is that they have to go through a process where they know some English. They're not going to be fluent, but you have to have some level of English learning ability. And typically, if you're going by it in the legal process, you're typically going to have some desire to want to learn how to speak the language because of the process itself. So if I was just allowed to go to Brazil and go, I'm just going to go to Brazil, and as if I'm just hopping over the border there, and there's no laws, I can just live there anytime I want and stay there. I'm probably not going to be incentivized to learn the language because I already don't have the respect of the country that I'm going to because I went there illegally. So it's the mindset of me going into Brazil illegally, me saying I'm just going to ignore the laws. Yeah, they got visas, but I'm going to try to skate it, get around it, sneak around and do my thing.
Yeah,
You're not going to have the natural desire to want to learn the language, and therefore a lack of respect for the country in which you are inhabiting at that point in time. So that's the point I'm trying to make. Although I do understand the level of empathy you're talking about, I trust me, I do. But it's like, dude, come on, it's cumbersome to me to try to communicate with someone who can't speak basic conversational English. Not, it's just hard.
yeah.
It's
Yeah,
hard.
but
I mean,
but
I
you're
get
but
what you're saying, but is it all I'm saying is like, is it necessary for you to speak English with that person? If
It's
not, then you shouldn't care. Like I've
it's
seen
no.
people, I've seen people in real life just overhear two Spanish people talking and say, "Hey, speak English here." And no, they don't have to. They don't have to. They're speaking amongst themselves. They're not serving you. They have nothing to do with you. They can speak whatever the fucking language they want to speak. Excuse my language, but that's what upsets me.
well, you know
But
what
I,
I
I
like to
get
say to
what both
people.
of you guys are saying though.
You know what I like to say to people. Let me ask you this, Joe. Do you believe in the Constitution?
Absolutely.
Do you believe in the First Amendment?
Yes. Freedom
So
of
you
speech.
believe that people have the freedom of speech, correct?
I never disagree with that. You're
So
free
if
to not
somebody
speak
decide, wait, hold on, hold
the
on. So if
language.
somebody decides to come to this country and utilize their First Amendment right to freedom of speech, which whether you're a citizen or not in this country, you are entitled to. If they use that right,
Me behind it.
then who are you to tell them they need to learn English?
Well, that's the interesting. I don't know if I should go there. It's like if they're here illegally, do they have freedom of speech if they're not legal citizens? If they're
Yeah,
legal
it's
citizens, they
already
want to
it's
speak.
already it's already settled. It's already settled case law that non-citizens have uh, many of the rights of the Constitution. They can't vote, but they do have the First Amendment right. They do have, the Fifth Amendment right. They have the 13th, the 14th.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think he might. I did some research on what he's saying. I can't. I don't have a conclusive, but it seemed like it was leaning more towards what Cisco is saying is true. but I would have to do a lot more research to see like is there how was it when they made that law at the time? Are they saying people were born here? Are
Yeah,
people
I know
taking
they have due
advantage of that?
process.
If you
Did
read
you
the Constitution, if you read the Constitution, it doesn't specify that these rights are for citizens only. It says it says people. It doesn't say citizens.
Yeah, I gotta read that. I gotta read.
Yeah,
That's
I
check it
know,
about
out.
I know
fine
they don't
print.
have. I know. Foreign non-citizens don't have every right that Americans have. I know that, but I don't know. I can't tell you which ones. You know,
Well, I mean, we like. I don't. I'm trying to understand how would
I
that
see. Yeah,
if
yeah, yep.
Aside from that, you know,
how can you
I do agree with Beach of Life that you're at a huge disadvantage not speaking the language. So you're only hurting
exactly?
yourself. You're only hurting yourself if you don't learn the language. I'm just speaking to the fact that a lot of us, you know, like to focus on people not learning the language when it's in reality it's such a small percentage of people who don't, you know, learn a proficient amount of the language like you're talking about. You know, it's a very small percentage. I've lived in California my whole life, and I don't know anybody. I'll just talk about Mexican citizens because that's who I come into contact with the most. I don't think I've ever met anybody from Mexico who's in this country, legally or illegally, that speaks absolutely zero English. I've never met that person. Now, could that person have a full-on conversation with me? No. But they're probably like you when you go to Brazil, they know a few words, they can say a few things, but that's about it. But eventually they do learn the language. But I mean, it is
No,
true
I've
that
met
they are
people that don't speak any English. Well, or they
Hmm.
well, I mean, they
don't
may
speak English. Maybe they do know a few words, not, and they just
right,
want to
right,
do it
right, right,
around somebody else.
right.
But
It's like you were saying, Blizzard, when you went to Philippines, you may have studied a bunch of stuff on Pimsleur, but when you got out there, you get tongue tied
yeah,
or you forget what the word is. You
yep.
know that happens. But like I said, it's such a
Conversation's going too fast. You can't even catch up to it. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Now put yourself in another person's shoes that's coming here. You know, that's my whole point is that we focus too much on the wrong stuff. You know, whether they're learning the language or not, it's such a silly argument. Is that something that needs to be
But
settled? Sure, but
well,
it's such a small part of the big picture.
But it's a
this
part of
the
it.
thing I see though. This the thing I
Exactly.
see. Why do we criticize our own people so much? Then
What do you mean?
I'll be quick to tell somebody, hey, learn a little Tagalog before you go to the Philippines,
Yeah, because you have a
right?
basic respect for the Philippines. I would assume
Or
you.
we
It's
say that,
basic
right?
respect.
Have some respect. Learn something about the culture before you go there. Learn something about learn some of the language before you go there. These are things that we tell ourselves or our fellow brothers going overseas.
And how many
But
expats actually
but
do that?
they don't do it. But we criticize them. That's what I'm saying. We do
And
criticize them.
Yeah, I do.
and there's probably people in other countries that are saying the same thing. Hey, you shouldn't go to America. You should learn some English. I've read a few books on people who have immigrated to the United States, and you know that is a factor that comes up about learning the language, especially you know if you're trying to if you're coming here illegally and you're trying to avoid detection, you probably
Yeah,
should learn some English.
if you're
There's
gonna
people that
do it,
speak
do it
pretty
right.
good English.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's people that speak pretty good English that have never even been to the United States, but they learned English because they figured at some point if they come here, they better know. There are
Miss
those
Swissy
people.
says she, all
Exactly.
right. Miss Swissy says she don't have no clothes on, so she can't come up. Even though I dropped the link for her,
Oh,
No,
geez.
she can't
she
come up.
can.
So she
She,
Future Life says, when I was serving in Korea, I watched K dramas and learned a ton of Korean. Yeah.
yeah, that's the secret. It's so basic.
I mean, if you want to, like I said, I'm not one of those people to say, hey, speak the language. But I
I am.
understand why. I understand where the criticism is coming from, especially if you have to be out in public and interact with the public. You know, I really don't give a damn. I don't give a shit. You know, really, that I don't care that much,
Well,
to be
the reason
honest.
why I
I
care
really
is
don't.
because I felt some. Well, maybe this is me. I felt some kind of way about holding up the girl at the airport just by me trying to figure out where to go to get on my next flight. Like taking 15 minutes to do what should have taken less than 1 minute if I known conversational Portuguese. So I knew that on my first trip there. I was like, oh, okay, I got to learn. I got to learn. If I'm planning on coming back here or living here, so for them to come here, to me, it's like in my mind, it's like that would be like me going there saying, "Oh yeah, I'm going to go back to Brazil and to hell with them and what they have to go through to try to accommodate me." But me not making the effort to accommodate them, to meet them even halfway, it's extremely, well, not extremely, that's too strong a word. It's just very, very disrespectful. But that's just my, I guess, ideology and the way I
Yeah.
think. But maybe they just don't give a damn. I just want to come here and make money and do things, whatever. Okay, cool. But now, man, just cultural
I
differences.
got an
I don't know.
offer. Is you wish gonna be my private Tagalog tutor?
And is it the biggest? Is it the biggest issue, Cisco? Absolutely not. We know that.
No, not at
But
all. Not at
it's
all.
like
To me, it's
every
just not.
every
It's not
piece of a
important.
puzzle does matter. Like you can look at the whole puzzle and say, well, what's the bigger picture? Yeah, but every piece of the puzzle makes a difference. So you can talk about some grander things, like what's the bigger issue? Okay, we can talk about that. And then we can also talk about this, which is seemingly not as big of an issue. Obviously, it's not life and death. Obviously, we know they can get, they can do okay here. But it's like you're putting other people at a disadvantage who do live here. And it's like, why? You just, it's a lack of
I mean,
awareness to
I'll
other
tell you
people.
why. I'll tell you why, because it's the low hanging fruit. I mean, it's easy to criticize somebody. Well, learn a language.
But it's
That's
on
an
a
easy
tree.
that's an easy criticism. That's
No,
low
it's
hanging
not.
fruit. But
Yeah.
like I
You,
said, the bigger issue is the immigration process itself. How many of us understand fully the immigration process? I guarantee you, nobody in this chat understands it fully. Nobody, unless they're an
Nope.
immigration lawyer, they don't
true.
understand it fully. You don't even know where it's broken at, and but you're worried about them trying to fix it. And that's the thing is that people don't even understand. It takes years to go through the process legally, years. And that's the unfortunate part right now is that ICE is picking up people off the street who are actually doing it the legal way, going through the process, have been here for years, are going to immigration court, doing what they're supposed to do, and they're picking them up and taking them and shipping them out. Those aren't people who are here illegally. They're people here who are here legally, but they're not documented citizens yet. They're going through the process. That's the part where people are getting upset about, and that's what I think a lot of people don't understand is that they think why are they just all happy about these illegals coming over here and blah blah blah, and you know they don't want America to have a border and blue blah blah blah. They're saying that stuff, but they're not understanding it. That's not what people are mad about. And I,
So
and I, and
so
I
when
saw
you're
and I saw
going
a
through
comment. No,
when you're
I saw a
going through
comment.
that process, you have to go through a judge and all that stuff. So like if you come the right
Not everybody,
way
but
and
some
do the
people, yeah.
immigration progress and like if you were bringing your wife from the Philippines to America and you started the process and did it the right way, does she have to go in front of the judge? Why? Why do you have to go in front of an
No, it's
immigration
it's
judge?
different. It's different for
Or
different
is
people.
those the people that got caught and released?
It's different. It's different for different people. If you're here claiming like amnesty, like you're fleeing some type of violence or something from your country, then yeah, you're gonna have to go through a different process than somebody who's just trying to come in here because they want to become a citizen. It's a different process. And you know, there's a lot of things going on. Excuse me. There's a lot of different things going on, and it's all being combined in a one big pot. You got people who are coming here illegally, sneaking across the border. You also got people who are coming to the country that are asking for amnesty because they're being persecuted in their country. You have people that are trying to get here because they're doing it a legal way. They're just coming here for a job. They're not facing any persecution. There's so many different reasons why people come to this country, but it's all getting thrown in one big pot. And like I said, it's the low hanging fruit that catches people's attention. It's the people that you see running across the border that everybody wants to focus on. And there are people who are criminals who are being caught and being deported. There are people who are not criminals. They're just here and they're going through the process trying to become a citizen the legal way, and they're also being caught and sent back. So there's a lot of different things that are going on, and depending on what side of the argument you are, you're going to focus on that one thing. And so for me, like I said,
Yeah.
everybody needs to step back and look at the bigger picture of what is the issue here. The biggest issue that I see that we in this country can control is the immigration process itself. And that's what needs to be looked at. And until people actually have a good understanding of that, you got to really check what you're saying about people, because you don't even understand, what's going on with the process, let alone what these people are going through to come here and face that process.
Yeah, we don't have a complete understanding of a lot of the shit we're arguing about most of the time. It's just the headlines. You see the headlines and get ready for battle on the internet. You know what I mean?
That's
In these
exactly
comment
what it
sections.
is. It's exactly what it is, because a lot of us just have opinions, but we don't have any knowledge.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. All right.
I
So here's a comment from you. Nothing wrong with having pride in your country and another country. I agree. But there's a certain way to do it, though. There's a certain way to do it. I've seen, we've all seen other countries' flags flown in America forever, my whole life. You know, it's just
No one's saying abandon.
it's not a good
Or
look, though, bro. You
no
gotta
one's saying
admit that.
abandon your country or your identity or where you came from to get here. That's not even, oh, you're flying your flag. That's the issue. No, that's not the issue. It's the context in which you're flying your flag under. You're doing it as a way of like your it's a defiance. It's a sign of which is your free listen. First Amendment. Cisco is right. You have a right to
Hold on,
show
hold on.
that yeah, I'm Mexican or I'm Polish or whatever the Chinese. You're flying these flags in a country that's American. It's like, whoa, whose side are you on? It doesn't look
Nah,
good when you're using another flag from another country and you're doing it on American soil. And that's just you're protesting and you're burning things, you're bombing things, and you're screaming and yelling, and you're flying this flag outside of a different country. That's not.
let me read
That's way
this.
different than having a flag on your house.
Ryan, what's going on, bro? Who you talking to, man? Who's messing with Ryan, bro? I don't know who he's responding to, but Ryan, let me know who you're responding to. Put it in the comments so I can see what's going on. I'm not trying to police nobody, but I just want to know if it's malicious or not. You know, I gotta catch up with some of these comments. We'll jump right back into this. I gotta catch up on some comments. Miss Che with the hearts, I appreciate that. Michael Alexander says social engineering. Be nice to your fellow human from Icy. Hello, kiddo, in the behind the scene. Oh, you seen that? I'm trying. The Beach of Life says no interest in learning the language means you have no interest in becoming a citizen. Then your status in America should not evolve past a migrant worker with temporary status. Beach of Life, Icy says she agrees to that. Man, learn Spanish. Learn Spanish. I'm trying. We only limit ourselves when we stop learning. Jasmine, Jamie, how you doing? Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, how are you? But again, America has no official language. America's official language is English.
We know that.
I don't think Cisco believes in enforceable borders.
Yeah, see, there you
He
go.
said it before that he's not an open, he doesn't believe in open borders.
Yeah.
I know he said that before. Let me know when there is official language. Multi-language is not necessary to use if they know how to speak English. Illegal should be kicked out of America.
I agree.
Non-citizen.
Let's all go back to where we came from and leave the Native
Nah.
Americans alone.
No, that's kind of being extreme. I hear that argument a lot. But
I don't think Native Americans would think it's extreme.
They were bargaining, bro. A lot of them were making bargains that they were unfair,
and a lot of them weren't. And a lot of them weren't.
You know, but America's America. You know what I mean?
Oregon
And
Trail.
there's established borders around it now. They have to mean something, bro.
I mean,
That's the
well,
part. That's where it gets kind of like a slippery slope.
you can't have it both ways though. You can't say, "Hey, we stole this land fair and square," or "Hey, we conquered this land fair and square. Now you guys play by our rules." I mean, you can't have it both
Yeah,
ways. I
but
mean,
you also can't have Mexican citizens coming over the southern border illegally, and then have an American saying, "Hey, well, Texas used to belong to Mexico," even though we know that it was bought and purchased for. Like that's the slippery slope.
so
Because,
then we
like
should
you
so then we
said,
should do so then we should have law and order where we follow the Constitution, correct?
we should.
Okay, so the Constitution says these people coming to this country, okay, they have a right to a fair trial. They have the right to go through the process. That's a constitutional right guaranteed by the Constitution. They have
No,
that
but
right.
they don't have unrestricted entry into
They
America.
they
That's the
don't.
problem.
They don't. And I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, let's say this, Blizzard. Let's say tonight after this live, you go down the street, you go to 7-Eleven, you pull a gun out, you rob the cashier, okay? You come back to your house, the cops, come down, they arrest you, they take you down. There's a videotape, there's 20 witnesses. You said, "Yes, I did rob the 7-Eleven." At that point, do you still have the right to a fair trial, speedy trial, all that good stuff? Are your rights still intact at that point?
Yes, in
Okay,
America,
so
yes,
when
because I'm a
someone comes
citizen.
across the border, no, 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 no. Being a citizen is irrelevant. When someone comes across the border, first of all, they didn't commit a felony just like you just did. That's not even a felony, okay, to cross the border. A lot of people don't even realize that. But in any case, they it's a crime. They come across the border.
I get what
They
you're
still
saying.
have the right. They still have the right to due process. So you can't just throw them back over the border. And that is part of the problem with the immigration process is that we all understand that, yes, we can't just let people just come streaming across the border and then spend
No,
years taking them into court and doing all this stuff. That's a problem. But what do you do if you want to follow the Constitution? What do you do if you want to be a country of laws? You have to follow the law. The law does not provide for just sending them back across the border. It doesn't.
what? Yeah, and that's why we're in the mess we're in, though.
I
And
agree. I agree.
comprehensive immigration reform has been hearing about it since I was a kid. We were talking about this last week, and nothing's been done about it. So at some point, something has to happen, bro. Like that's just my
Actually,
opinion.
some videos.
And honestly, if I did all those things, I'm just interested. If I did, what if I did all those things that you're saying I did in Mexico? Like
Yeah,
this was what I'm saying. Like
get 'em out.
we everybody
Show me
says, "Oh, America thinks they're the
out.
best, but we're holding ourselves up to that standard, you know.
Okay, but wait
They're
a
taking
minute. Wait
advantage
a
of
minute.
that thing.
We're not in those countries though.
You know.
We're not in those countries, and that's. I mean, I hear people say
But the
that,
thing
and
about it is that there'll be if I did something like that in another country,
what difference does it make?
it'll be an American calling for my fucking head.
Wait,
Guarantee
wait,
you.
wait,
It
wait.
wouldn't
If
be yeah.
wait, if you did that stuff, here's my problem with that. To me, it's kind of a cop out argument. So people say, well, if we were in such and such country and somebody did that, man, they'd be murdered on the spot, or their hands would be cut off, or they're this whatever. That's why America is not that country. That's why we in America think we're the best country on earth because we don't do those things. So for somebody to say, well, if we were somewhere else, we'd do this. So what? So what are you saying? We should do that?
No, I'm
Okay,
saying
then
that
then it's
one
irrelevant what they would do in another
I'm
country because
saying
that's
that
another
that would
country.
happen. That you know,
But
one,
that's why we
but
think we're
two,
better
I'm
though.
also saying is that it'll be an American calling for my head. Why did he go down there that way? He should have did this and he shouldn't have been there. That's what we hear from Americans when we go overseas and fuck up. When we don't forget to renew our visas overseas. It's Americans, who are the biggest critics. So we can't do we have it both ways then? You know? Let me go to the
That's the
Philippines
point
and
I'm making is that
let me go to the Philippines and overstay my visa and see what happens. You know what I'm
what
saying?
difference
And
does it,
that's just the
but
truth, though.
but
It's
what
just the
difference does that
truth,
make
bro.
though? What difference does that make? That's why that's the Philippines and we're the United States. And
There's a
that's
premise.
why we in this country think our way of doing things is better because we don't do that.
Some of us
You're
do.
right,
Some of us
Cisco.
don't.
That's
Some of us
actually
do. Some of us don't.
that is the issue in the
But
sense
what
that
I'm talking
because
about the criticism we get from Americans, especially Americans that travel. You know what I mean? And I know it's like I haven't formulated this argument all the way through. You know what I'm saying? But it does kill me when I see, especially expats, you know, sticking up for illegal immigrants in America while living overseas. You know what I'm saying? And the reason it does is because those are the same guys that would criticize an American if he slipped up, if something bad happened to him, would show him not 1 ounce of sympathy. You know what I'm saying? We've
um,
seen this happen.
but we show a greater sympathy for those who are not American citizens, who are illegals, people who aren't even born and raised in this country. We show more empathy and sympathy for them than we do our own. So we have the high. It's weird. We have the higher standard for ourselves, but we don't hold that same standard to people who are not even Americans or
I
even
mean, I'm
legals.
just saying what I've seen. I'm saying I've seen it. I've seen it in, I've seen it in live streams. I've seen the videos made about him. I've seen it. We've seen it. And they pile on and I wouldn't help his ass. Let him. He's got to learn the lesson. We've seen it. The guys go
Yeah,
overseas and they fuck up and they end up
I hear it
broke
all.
on the streets, bombs. You know, come on.
And you know what
Is
we
it
call
right?
those?
Is it right in either way? It's not. It's not.
And you know what we call those people? Pieces of shit. Because anybody that wishes, anybody that wishes, evil on other people, you're a piece of shit. And I don't care because look, at the end of the day, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I really don't give a shit about countries and all that crap. And at the end of the day, I'm a human being, and I don't care what country you're from. You should be treated just like any other human being. Now, the reality is, I live in a world where a lot of people do believe in the country and the borders and all this stuff. So I got to play the game. I gotta go along to get along. Just like with race. I don't believe in races. I don't believe there's black and white and blue, blah, blue. That stuff's all bullshit. Those are social constructs. Okay, we're all human beings,
I
period,
agree.
point blank. Okay, but I understand that when people look at me, they see a black man. I may not look at myself and think, hey, I'm a black man, but I understand that other people see me that way. So I got to speak in the language that they understand. So when I talk about myself, I talk about myself as a black man because I know that they can understand what that is, or at least the perception is something that they can understand. And
Yeah.
that's the same thing with this. I don't feel that, anyone just like Joe said, I don't feel that anyone should, get treated like that. I don't have more empathy for illegal immigrants or immigrants than I have for people who are fellow American citizens. I have the same amount of empathy. It's just that right now we're talking about immigration. We're not talking about anything else. If we were talking about another subject, I'd have just as much empathy as I do for those people as I do for these people.
This is a good question from Expat. He says, should illegals have the same right as American citizens?
Okay,
Not
let's
all of
go
them,
with
no. Not all of the
what?
same rights, no. They should not have all the same rights. They shouldn't be
Okay,
able to vote. They
okay.
shouldn't be able to bear arms in this country, but they should have the right to due process.
To stay here, though,
They should have
should
the
they
right
have the right to stay here though?
if they've gone through due process and they've earned the right to stay here because of the court says that they have the right to stay here. Yeah, they should. But if the court deems that they are not able to stay here, then guess what? Get out.
Yeah,
I mean,
You got you
I
got to
agree.
have if you're a country of laws, let's follow the law.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't have malice towards them. I I, I don't know why, but I kind of go back and forth on this emotionally. You know what I'm saying? Emotionally, and I think it just depends on the individual situation. You know, if you came over here and you filed for asylum and you just disappeared It never came to your court case. You know what I'm saying? You should be rounded up and kicked the fuck out.
Hey, Blizz,
But if you're
I think they're trying to get in the on the panel.
nah, I don't see nobody there.
Oh, I thought Icy said something about they don't see us yet.
I think she might be talking about. I don't know if she's talking about or maybe she was up there. I don't know. I don't see anybody. I'll drop the link again. But that's what I'm saying though. Like if you're doing everything the right way, even if you came over and you seeking asylum and you got your court dates and you're showing up. All right, no, they should not be yanking those people and throwing them out. But the ones that are hiding and the ones that are not showing up and just disappeared, yeah, they should be rounded up and kicked out. I'm sorry. Like
So
that's just the way it is.
violate the Constitution.
They're not going through, but what do you do? All right, put them back in front of a judge.
Wait, let me ask you this.
When he didn't show up to a court date.
Let me make it simple. Let me make it simple. When somebody is accused of committing a crime, the fact that they committed a crime or they're accused of committing a crime, does that invalidate their right under the Constitution? Does it invalidate their rights under the Constitution?
So what you're saying is that
what I'm saying is that
an
just
illegal
because somebody
immigrant could come over the border, file for whatever
amnesty,
amnesty,
or
not
even
show up to the court date. Basically skip out on the court date, get caught, and not get kicked out, and they should be brought back into court. What are they being brought back into court?
That's not what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is this.
I was saying.
Yeah. No. So let me maybe I misspoke it then. So let me put it to you this way. When is it important for you to have your constitutional rights? When is it most important for you to have your constitutional rights?
All the time.
Not all the time.
For me.
When it's most important is when you are in front of the government. That is when it's most important for you to have your constitutional rights respected. Because the rest of the time, it really doesn't matter. If you're just wandering around doing your day-to-day stuff, it doesn't matter because there's no need for your rights aren't being disrespected. They're not being challenged. But when your rights are being challenged, that's when you need your rights the most. So in other words, when you are accused of a crime and you're standing before the government of the United States, that's when your rights have to be protected the most. So what I'm saying is that when somebody comes here illegally, okay, and like you said, if they say, you know what, fuck it, I'm here illegally, catch me if you can. I'm not going to do it the right way. Whatever, I don't care. You know what? They still have rights. You may not like it that they're behaving that way. We may all look at them and go, man, this person's a piece of shit. Okay, but even we even give child molesters. Okay, we even give child molesters their due process. I put a child molester way below a person who's just gotten the country illegally, but even child molesters get their due process. So
I agree. I just don't know where, and I guess it's law. I guess because they should still. I understand that they should still go through the deportation process. But where should that stay?
But then you're not respecting the Constitution. Then you're not respecting the Constitution.
No, they should still go through. They should begin the process of deportation. If they skip out,
you are beginning the process. You're beginning the process by giving them their due process in court,
so they can leave. I mean, like they're legally here. Okay,
but I would say what should happen to them is they should get kicked out right then, right there, and some of that is happening now, and that's the part I agree with.
So Blizzard, let me ask you this. Let's say I'm an ICE agent, and I come to your house right now. Me and my buddy, ICE agents, we grab you up, and we say, "Hey, you just came across the border illegally. We're kicking you back to Mexico." And you say, "What the hell? I'm an American citizen." You know what? Shut up, dude. We don't care. You're getting kicked out right now. And we take you down the border. We kick you across the border. Did we violate your rights?
Yes. But how many people does that happen to?
Now hold on. So this is my point. how do you prove that you're an American?
What do you mean?
How do
A
you
birth
how do you
certificate.
prove
Yeah,
that you are an American
like
citizen?
driver's license,
Bro, it's so many.
social security card.
Birth certificate, social security
Okay,
card,
those are all,
papers,
you
and
forged all those
documentation.
things. Now prove to me you're an American.
Say that. Say what?
There's a lot of other ways though.
If I tell you, hey, yeah, okay, driver's
But
license, social security card, yeah, you forged all that. Now prove to me you're an American. How would you prove it?
That's not a thing,
other
brother.
documents, my mother's maiden name, a
Yeah, I
whole
don't
bunch
care.
of
You could have, somebody
a
could
whole
have gave
bunch
you
of
that
shit.
information. Somebody could
You
have
know what I
gave you that
mean? But
information. You could
see,
have got that off the dark web.
did that
Blah blah
happen to
blah.
somebody?
Yeah, that happens to people.
Who?
Let me
Who?
explain what my point is.
One example that just
Let me
happened to
let
you.
me
53 is
let
in
me
the
explain
building.
what my
I just
point
seen
is.
53 pop up way down. I know I'm way
You're
behind
using
in the chat,
fucking
guys. I'm
extreme.
sorry. I'm
Oh
sorry,
Lord, forgive
guys. Damn, I'm way back.
me. Man, we
53,
could
what
kick
up,
on.
man?
Yeah, we got this momentum that we gotta. I get it. We gotta
Wait,
stop it.
so
That's right. Why would a black man get deported to Mexico? They better send me back to Africa.
hey, you understand there's black people that are Mexicans, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So
Absolutely. But it is funny, bro.
no, but my point is this. My point is this,
We can
Blizzard.
laugh too, man.
No, for sure. For sure. No, but my point is that you couldn't prove you're an American without getting your opportunity to prove you're an American. And where do you prove that you're an American? You prove that through the legal system. You prove that by going to court, presenting the evidence, and showing, hey, this is who I am. And so anybody that gets picked up, just because of the fact that they're Mexican, and you say, you know what, we're kicking you out of here, shouldn't they have the right to prove that they are a citizen or not a citizen? Shouldn't they have the right to do that?
But you're making an assumption that that's not being
Not
done.
no,
I'm not
no.
making an assumption that that's not being done. What I'm
Of course,
saying is that should be the process, correct?
if they can't prove it, they don't have
I
the
like
basic.
Beat Your comments. Beat Your Life comment. Is there two different processes? Immigration law and criminal law,
Yeah,
right?
history don't.
And civil law.
It's a complex because I'm sure he
Your
has a lot
your
of
your
rights.
constitutional rights are applicable for either one of those things. So I'm not sure what he's saying right there. Your constitutional rights don't end because something is not a crime.
It's
Criminal law and immigration law, you still have constitutional rights either way.
I know Cisco, bro. I love you, bro, but you a bleeding heart liberal, man.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm because I follow the Constitution.
No, because you follow the Constitution, and I get that. I get that.
I'm a
But if you
bleeding
could
heart liberal because
change
I
it,
follow the Constitution. That's a new one. I
if
haven't heard that one before.
if you could change that, would you change it, bro?
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
But right now it's not changed. That's how it works right now. And that's my whole point of all
But
this. I'm glad you got there.
it's almost like you would say, that, we shouldn't even turn people away at the border. If they're coming with an asylum, if I'm
Yeah,
coming into America, I'm at the border and I'm claiming asylum, is it right to turn them away if they have a asylum claim?
No, there's a process for that though.
But these
If
people are
somebody
skipping that process. You know that, right?
okay, but again, you're missing the point though. People are skipping that process. You're right. But it doesn't change the fact that once they enter into the United States of America, the Constitution protects them. If they have not entered if they have not entered the United States, and like you said, they're at the border, you meet them at the border, they are not protected by the Constitution if they're not in the United States. But once they come into the United States, legally or illegally, the Constitution protects them.
Icy says, any lawyers in the house? Nope. No, sir. No, ma'am.
I mean, anything that I'm saying,
You
I
practice
I I
law.
I say to anyone on here, Google it, talk to a lawyer, all that stuff. And if anything I'm saying on here is incorrect, then let me know.
Yeah, we're just having a conversation. If only lawyers could talk about this stuff, then
I mean, we're taking.
If only experts could talk about things, and we wouldn't be talking about anything. 'Cause if only
I
experts could
mean,
talk about
it would be cool to
politics,
have an
you know what I mean?
immigration lawyer or someone from the border.
You better learn how to speak Spanish. No, they're absolutely black Mexicans, black all through South America. We know that shit. Uh, Cisco's conflating due process under criminal law versus immigrant law, which is civil.
Yeah,
They
not at
agree
all.
in the building, citizens' rights and human rights. This should be separate topic. No, but we do that.
They
No, America does that. Yo, it's all
conflated,
one.
or yeah, I
Actually,
was about to say that. We it's I know how to separate it.
no,
It's
he
just
already said no.
it's not easy for us to separate it because it's kind of like intertwined, even though it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
It just takes a lot more effort to separate it, as opposed to kind of like
See
intertwine.
that right there, what Icy's talking about, you know, again, I don't think there's
Live in
too many
America.
people. There's not a lot of people that I know of who think that anyone who's raping children is a great human being. But the thing that makes this country one of the greatest countries is that regardless of what your crime is, we give
Right.
you your rights. We respect your rights under the Constitution. And
Yes.
you can't pick and choose what parts of the Constitution you want to enforce and which parts you don't want to enforce just because you don't like the person that you're dealing with.
He
And we
said
have
they should have no
and
rights. They should have no rights, but they have rights. They absolutely do have rights. You can't deny that they have rights. You don't like it. You don't want them here. Whatever. They do have these rights. Yeah, I know that. You know, I
it's
knew that.
important.
You know. So
It's
let
important
me.
for them to keep their rights.
However, let me
Okay,
read
go
some
ahead.
of these because I'm way back, guys. I just got to read some of these. However, oh, hold on. He's got a couple here. He says in the United States, laws regarding unauthorized immigration cover both civil and criminal penalty. Civil violations such as unlawful entry or presence primarily lead to detention and deportation. However, unauthorized re-entry after deportation is a criminal offense, potentially leading to imprisonment. Federal law also prohibits activities like marriage fraud and aiding illegal entry.
And that's true.
Did you know that illegal Did you know that all illegal children that cross over illegally have a right to go to public schools, which is paid by the city's tax dollars? It's in the Constitution. It's in the
We
Constitution. Are you guys cool with that?
Yeah, I'm absolutely cool with children being protected. I don't care where they come from.
Well, I'm not cool
Oh,
with. Here's what I'm not cool with. I'm not cool with the fact that what they have to do to get here illegally. That's the biggest issue. A lot of them get abused. We know that for a fact. It's a lot that goes to coyotes. It's a lot that happens for the children to get there. So the process of them getting into the country illegally is what I'm not cool with. What I accept and allow is that obviously I don't want those children to suffer. So I'm not I'm not so dogmatic about them not getting some sort of education now that they're here. I would much rather prefer that they not be put through the process of getting here illegally in the first place. So it's kind of like a two for one, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with that, Joe. I mean, when it comes to children, I mean, that's a whole different ball game.
Yeah, I don't
yeah.
I don't want them to suffer more than what they already have prior to getting into those schools. And what's a couple of I said a couple of hundreds, couple of $1,000. We can
Now
afford it.
this I agree with. Now this I agree with.
That's 100 right there. That's
We can all
100.
agree that people who have the power to change things are sitting on their hands on purpose and are weaponizing the immigration debate for political gains. Absolutely on both sides. On both sides.
we
Well, I
actually
would.
I
had
agree.
we actually had a plan for comprehensive immigration reform that was a bipartisan bill, and then it was squashed because there was a certain individual who decided that they didn't want that to happen because they were trying to be elected president, and it wouldn't look good if they solved some of the immigration problems before they became president. So there's that too.
Well, if that was if that was the priority, Cisco, and then for what Trump did when he came in office, he completely, almost immediately, stopped the influx of immigrants over the border. If that was truly the bipartisan or the Democrats' position that we want to stop this, why is it that they couldn't do what Trump did in his first 30, 60 days of
Why?
office, which is
Why?
at the very just
Why are
stop
we on
the flow?
politics and immigration? Because there's an open panel. It's an open discussion. So these are the guys that came up, that took the invitation,
Is what we
and
want to talk
that's
about.
what they talk about.
I get it.
I talk about whatever my guests want to talk about. That's
I wanted to talk about
I
unicorns and
don't know, man.
rainbows, but you said no.
Yeah, no, I say yeah, bro. I dropped first time I dropped the link, it was for you, man. I had your name all over it, man.
That's true. That's
But
true.
now we could talk about anything, man. I think I like that. I like that. You know, that I can open up the floor and the people that want to come up, we can talk about anything that you guys want to talk about. I know people are saying, "Oh, you got to control your channel more." Maybe I'll start doing a different stream for that. But like I said, on Wednesday, it's open. It's midweek. It's hump day. Whatever you want to get off your chest, we're gonna talk about it here. If that drives some people away, that's fine. Um, I know it doesn't sound good to say that, but it's kind of what I vision and what I'm trying to build on my channel. And then maybe the Friday night stream, we keep it more focused on the topic. You know what I'm saying? So
I do got
I'm
something I want
early.
to.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, I do got something I want to get off my chest. Last time, me and Joe were talking, there was um, there was a statement. I don't remember what the exact statement was, but I really got the strong impression that I offended Joe. I think it had something to do with I think what I said was, or what I meant, I should say, what I meant was, um, there was something he said that I thought was absolutely false. And I think either the way that I worded it or the way that Joe understood what I was saying, it gave him the impression that, that I felt that what he was saying, was meaningless or meant nothing. And I just want to clarify that there's nothing that I'm saying that is more important or, you know, holds any more, respect than what Joe was saying. I think we all have our opinions. We all have our ways of seeing things. I mean, facts are facts, but it doesn't change the fact that we each have the right to express our opinions. And I didn't want to leave that there because I mean that's been bothering me since we last talked, that I gave Joe the impression that I felt that his opinions or his feelings or beliefs were meaningless, which I don't feel that way whatsoever. So if that impression was left, Joe, I'll apologize because that is absolutely not what I meant by anything that I said. I mean, we can agree to disagree, but I never want to disrespect you as a person. But like I've said before, I will disrespect the hell out of your beliefs. But you as a person, I respect you, and I think that you have a lot to say, and you are a passionate person about what you're saying. And I really do respect that and appreciate that.
Oh,
Okay,
wow.
guys, so much estrogen, so much testosterone in the house.
She said
Let me
she
give
said
you some
estrogen.
estrogen, okay?
I was trying not to keep it as a sausage party, so I thought I'd get soft for a little bit.
But
Welcome, Icy.
anyways,
How are you? How are you?
hello to everyone in the chat and of course to the
No, we
panel.
got one
I'm
taco up here.
listening. Yes, no, I must just say a title. But anyways, I just want to put out my pondering thoughts and my 2 cents listening to all of you guys before I go because I need to do something. But this is my question as an outsider, and I just want to disclaim that, okay? So if everyone wants to tell me I'm not American and I have no say to this, well, F off. I'm just gonna say that. Agree to disagree. This is what I'm saying, okay? Sometimes I think America wants you to hate immigrants. That's how I see it as an outsider. And for me, my question is, why would you focus on these people when it's the corporation and the big corporation who hire these people to get less money to pay them less. Why don't you make the
Thank you.
people who hire
Thank you.
them reprimanded and consequences? Then you don't have these problems.
Thank you.
Let's
Why don't we
just
throw them in
ask
jail?
real questions. And when it comes to, like, I get it. There's constitution. There are things that illegals doesn't have, because for the AA, the Second Amendment, carrying guns. Do you want illegal people to have also the right of that? So that's going to be a different case. That's why I ask. When it comes to the root of the problem, are we going to just pile all together the human rights and the people who live in this country or in that country, the legal ones, the citizens ones, have the same rights? It's like everyone has a due process. And this is why I said critical thinking is very, very important for all of us to learn and apply. Because without this, for you, for yourself, asking right questions. I'm illegal. How am I going to be legal? Things like that, simple questions, because there are NGOs, there are system organizations that will help you out. But if you're not going to do your own due diligence, to do research, to think for yourself, then no questions will be answered because you're not asking the right questions. So I'm just saying, people, I'm not saying I'm smart or anything. If you know someone in the smaller scale, in the small sense of being a human person, if you see some illegal, if you know something about the immigration, if you know you can help them, there's nothing wrong to educate them if you know it. But as well, opinions aren't facts. Do your own research. Cross reference everything you hear because we are in the era of stupidity. And I'm sorry if some people are very, very butthurt and sensitive about this stupid word, but I'm just saying it in the context. Okay? That's it for me, Ion. I have more, but I forgot a lot of it. So thank you guys. Just my pondering
Thank you,
thoughts.
thank you, thank you. Let me answer
So
this real
thank you,
quick.
everyone. Okay,
Thank you, IC. We're
what
gonna
is it?
answer that. We're gonna answer that. I want to answer Adam real quick because he's asking something, and I know I said that I was gonna not try to get on politics tonight, but it's just the way things go. It's an ebb and flow, and this is what people want to talk about on an open forum. So that's why we're here. I got to get more people to come up and talk about other things. I don't want to tell people what they can, what they can't talk about if I'm offering an open discussion, you know. So that's why we're here. This is a hot topic, So I'm sorry.
And people do not take things too personal. It's good to be diverse. Embrace diversity. I'm one product of it, and so many people of us embrace us because this is the new generation. We're all gonna be hybrid.
I,
Okay, just
I
just a
I
joke
wish
for
more
everyone.
people could do this. I wish more people could just fucking talk about something, you know.
I do understand the sympathy. I have sympathy for people who want to be 100% of whatever race they are. I do understand that because not being half, not being able to live in a diverse environment or not knowing anybody. I live in Japan. If you come here or like some country in there and you're not look like us or at least like them, you're gonna have attention because they don't know any better. Now what you want to do, what you gonna do individually? Are you gonna be bitter about it? Or you're gonna try to educate people of who you are? Make your voice be have volume or have quality. That's why I said bitter is the new mental sickness. I swear to God. And I still stick to that. you know so people stop being bitter. If you want to change something, do something. And if you don't want to, shut the fuck up sometimes.
I think you was
It'll
gonna
make
say
the world a better place. That's just it for me, people. And I'm sorry, I'm too
That's the
passionate
truth.
about this because
no, but that's the problem
everyone
is
wants
that
to be one side
problem
to one
is,
side and this. It's like, how about let's just talk, be an adult, and let's just meet in the middle if possible.
but the problem is that anybody can get anybody to listen nowadays. and those people that complain and whine all the time, they find other people that like to complain and whine, and then they find more people that just want to complain
Hmm.
and whine. Then it becomes, like we always say, the echo chamber. you know
Yeah, so
that's
the
what we're
smart ones, rather than getting frustrated, use that frustration to educate. Because I get it.
yeah,
A lot of the smart ones doesn't want to get involved, doesn't want to be part of it because it's too chaotic. Now, if
yeah,
you have anything in your passionate heart to do something, help us. That's all I'm saying.
yes.
Help us. That's it for me, guys. Say
All right.
whatever you want. I agree to disagree with you. Do you, boo boo? And I'll see you guys later. I hope I
Thank
can say
you.
more, but I gotta go. Ciao, ciao, everyone.
Thank you.
Smile and
You
love.
are welcome
Okay.
back to break the sausage party up
Peace,
anytime.
peace, icy,
Ah,
peace.
yes. Peace out.
Feature Life says due process of law. If you don't like the law, you can try to change it. 53 says because the 1% sees everyone as dummies, they want us to turn on each other when they are lining their pockets. And they've been doing that forever, and they've been doing a good job at it, to be honest. They've always done a good job at it. And 53 says, Beach, if good people do good, they'll take you out. Miss Chase says, I'm just on the background, just busy here. Future Life says, take me out. Can you buy me a dinner first? Thank you, Icy. Thank you again, Icy. Bye bye. Um, all right. I'm gonna try to switch because what I was talking about earlier. And like I said, if you guys want to talk about politics, we can talk about it. You know, but I did come up here and I did do a whole spill about it. But it is what it is. You know. Um, but Icy mentioned something that I did want to address. Um, and I touched on it a little earlier, was the crybaby culture nowadays. Like, what do we feel about that, man? Like, a lot of these so-called alpha males who preach masculinity, teach
What you call them?
masculinity,
Alpha
type
what? Alpha,
alpha male. I call them alpha victims
alpha
earlier.
victims.
Yeah, alpha victims. You know, because I honestly I got something I want to play you guys. And if you know me and you know what I care about, I care about the next generation of men. Honestly, more than I care about this generation, I care about the next generation of men. My son, my grandson. You know, in my opinions, it's my duty to lead them. But I'm gonna show y'all a clip real quick. I'm gonna try to show y'all. I've never done this before. I'm gonna try to show y'all a clip, and I want to show you why I'm so passionate about it and what we're up against. Good men like us, what we're up against when we're talking to the next generation. So let me try to pull this up and see if I can get this to play.
Number one way to not get attached to a woman ever again is to already assume that she's fucking other guys. Even if she's not, just imagine that she fucked 20 guys before coming back to your place. When you have this mindset towards the girls that you're already seeing, you're automatically going to become more distant, more cold, and more resentful towards her. And you're not going to want to take her seriously. You're not going to want to commit. You're just going to be grossed out by her. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be more detached away from her. The more detached you are, the more attached it's going to be to you. You're going to notice that you're going to become her main priority. She's going to start texting you more. She's going to start calling you. And in person, she's going to make the first move. But as soon as you start becoming affectionate towards her, the more you start becoming attached to her again, that's whenever she detaches away herself from you. Number one.
You guys seen that? I don't know if you guys seen that or not.
No, I've never seen that.
Yeah, so that's what we're up against. Those are the people who are talking to our sons and our grandsons, our nephews, you know, and for real, bro.
I mean, so
Maybe
so what he's saying, man, he's not wrong about it. To be honest with you, he's not wrong about that sort of. I, it's a dark psychology. It's almost like they assume the worst to get the best. It's really fucked up,
it's
but it
bullshit.
actually, but it does work. it actually, so, you see a lot of guys who are kind of like that. Oh, I don't care what you got, aloof. They're the ones that seemingly get the most, and they do typically get a lot of women. It's typically the men
It's
who have this
bullshit.
sort of, it's
It's
typically the
bullshit.
men that have the, you know, they, and I'm gonna tell you from just my experience. I remember, I
How
mean,
many
you
of
let me
wait a
say,
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm
I
gonna
got a
stop you
minute,
right
but let
there.
me,
And I don't like to, I don't like to interrupt anybody, but you saying that the men that play this game that this guy is talking about, are they
I'm saying it
6 feet?
works.
Are they athletic? Are they would they already get the fucking girl? Or you know what I mean? Because those type of guys that could already get the girl aren't watching how to get the girl on TikTok. The
They're
people that are watching that video I just showed you are the vulnerable young men. You know what I mean? The men that need the positive voices, the need that the young men that need to be encouraged.
I don't know if I
What you
if I
think about
understand
that?
exactly what he was saying, because I think I might have missed the very beginning, but correct me if I'm wrong. But what I heard, or what I thought I heard, was that he was saying something about being with a chick that has been ran through by 20 other dudes, or something like that. I
I'm gonna
couldn't
play
understand
it
what.
again. I'm gonna
Yeah.
play it
right.
again. Hold on. I'm gonna play it again. It's this one. Yeah.
Number one way to not get attached to a woman ever again is to already assume that she's fucking other guys. Even if she's not, just imagine that she fucked 20 guys before coming back to your place. When you have this mindset towards the girls that you're already seeing, you're automatically going to become more distant, more cold, and more resentful towards her. And you're not going to want to take her seriously. You're not going to want to commit. You're just going to be grossed out by her. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be more detached away from her. The more detached you are, the more attached it's going to be to you. You're going to notice that you're going to become her main priority. She's going to start texting you more. She's going to start calling you. And in person, she's going to make the first move. But as soon as you start becoming affectionate towards her, the more you start becoming attached to her again, that's whenever she detaches away herself from you. Number one.
Oh, okay. I see what I see
Yeah.
what he's
So
saying now.
basically, in your mind, she's a slut. Treat her like a slut, but think that way in your
That's going
head.
on.
You know what I mean? But
They're
kind of throughout the relationship, treat her like shit because that's what's
not
gonna
even
attract her more to you.
not even necessarily that. So what I'm saying is like why what he's saying isn't necessarily wrong, but it's the mindset you have to get that actually affects him more than the woman that he's trying to get to like him. So in him seeking that validation in that particular way, it's going to affect him more. I'm not saying he won't. He's going to get results from doing it. It's it's just like someone like Jim Jones in the cult, right? People say, "Oh, that's one." People loved and adored him, but he ended up killing people with the Kool-Aid. So it works when you're talking about like people can be like a Hitler and use that charismatic voice to draw people to do evil things. It works. You can also use that voice as a pastor to influence people to get closer to God. So it's that kind of mindset that he's talking about men should adopt. They can use it in order to have that level of love and affection for women, or they can use it in a way in which, because of maybe something that happened in their past, that caused them to say, "Well, that doesn't work for me. I'm going to go the opposite route." They're doing the dark version of it. So there's a light version, there's a dark version. A lot of men who have tried the light version. These are the men who maybe they opened up the car door for the girl. Maybe they bought her flowers. Maybe they bought her something, did something with her for her, said, I think you're attractive, and he got shot down. Now in his mind, he's thinking that didn't work. I'm going to go the complete opposite.
Yeah,
And then what's messed up is that
stupid.
when it does work, then he's now reinforced that this works. There's nothing you can tell me about being loving, affectionate, and caring to women, even though that also works. But you can't. What he got results with is the thing that was dark, as opposed to the thing that he tried initially at first that was light. So
I
he's going to
get it.
relate to a lot of men who feel that way, who has been hurt. Maybe they watched one too many Disney movies, listened to one too many love songs, and now they're like, "Well, that didn't work for me. How can I at least get laid?" And then they get it. It's like they devolve into this process of just getting something out of it. And if they can't love or get affection or show affection without themselves getting hurt and damaged in the process, they're
Yeah,
going to feel like, well, this is what women want from me.
yeah.
I'm going to give them what they want. They get the results, and then it's a self-fulfilling process.
I think it's bullshit. In my opinion, I think it's bullshit. I think the guys that are gonna like the guys that get women treating them that way could get the women anyway. You know what I mean?
That's true.
But
He
I
doesn't
don't
know
know.
that.
He's just looking for leverage or something. It's just weird.
I mean, there's
Expat
a lot to
says
unpack. There's a lot
that's
to
a
unpack
lot,
to what he
bro.
said, man.
But imagine yourself as a 16-year-old, 17-year-old kid listening to that, not
Yeah,
40, 50-year-old men,
yeah,
whatever, or however old we are. But
yeah.
it's different, and that's why I always say, that's why I make the video like, yo, protect our sons. These red pill motherfuckers out here. That's why I'm making those videos, because we see this stuff, you know, and
And one more thing, the detachment, he's right about that, but it's the way you go about the detachment. If you as a man, you have a girl that you like and you're thinking, well, I'm just going to imagine her screwing around with a bunch of men, which is what's going to create that detachment that makes her attached to me, that's going to mess you up mentally because you're always going to be on edge,
yeah,
thinking, who is she, that jealousy, envy, and possibly even abuse. So it's a
yeah,
lot of,
yeah. Ray says it's 1,000% bullshit. Plus he ain't nothing but a five himself. And then Ray says again, that shit never even worked for him. He's just talking something he's seen on Fresh and Fit. Feature life is thumbs up to that.
possibly,
Um,
but it's worked
I
for a
don't
lot of
know.
men. I
Maybe
don't
it
know
did
what
work. I've never
I
tried
think
it.
it
I've
worked.
never tried it. I've never wanted to be just an asshole to somebody just to be an asshole, or to
But
act
can you
like I
deny?
don't like somebody that I really like. It's bullshit. It's kitty games, man.
You got to
Is it
consider the
games?
source, though. You got to consider the source. Look at that dude. How old is that dude? You
He's
know how
probably in his
many?
20s. He's
Yeah,
probably in
how
his
many?
20s.
How many legitimate relationships has that dude even had in his life? You
Probably
know,
not.
speaking from
Yeah.
experience. I mean, come
I mean,
on. You know,
I'm
you
not
got to
trying to
consider the
disprove.
source.
I know. I'm getting it. I get that part of it, but my part is like, this is our competition for the minds of our young men.
And what's
You know?
crazy about it is that these kids, to your point, Blizzard, these kids see that dude just like they're seeing us right now. They see us on YouTube on a channel. We got headphones on. We got a microphone. They take that and they think, oh, this is somebody who knows what they're talking about. And they see a dude like that and they think he knows what the hell he's talking about, and he doesn't.
Yeah, not nothing, not nothing, bro.
I
But
mean,
I
what kind of
mean,
women are you, or what
Joe
kind of women are you
said
trying to
it's gonna.
pull?
It could work on some women. I think it can
It
work on some
works.
women, but I think if you could, if that's gonna work for you, you could already pull the woman anyway. You know what I mean? That's the girl, because that's what you're gonna
Not
pull
necessarily.
with that type of
Not if
shit. You know what I mean?
no, not if
You're
that's
gonna
your
get kitty games, bro. Not
if that's
mentally,
your
not
alter ego.
not age.
If that's your alter ego, let me put it this way: people can fall in love with Batman, but not Bruce Wayne. So, but then they turn around and say, "Oh, by the way, I'm Bruce Wayne." They're like, "But that's not who I'm. I want Batman." But you're like, "But that's not really me." So yeah,
Yeah, but
people can these men can split their
categorize them.
personalities and categorize themselves and say, "I'm going to portray myself as this to this woman." These traits that women seemingly want and that they respond positively to. That's not really me in order so I can get what I want, which is typically companionship, some sort of love and affection, sex, just things that men generally want that they're not getting in a way that perhaps they were traditionally taught they should get it. Again,
Yeah,
the flowers, let me take you out to you, go on a date. Just a very traditional way of doing things. They're finding out that doesn't really work for them. But you're right, Blizzard. It works for those men who, regardless, they can be an asshole, they can be a good guy. I've been both. And I found out it really doesn't matter. I prefer being nice to women because
exactly.
for me, in my own spirit, and the way it feels when I'm being a dick on purpose, it doesn't feel right to me. But that's because I've learned I don't have to be that guy that he's describing to get those kind of relationships from women.
Yeah, I'm not
It's
acting like
mentally,
I like
emotionally.
somebody that I don't like, and I'm not acting like I don't like somebody that I like. It's like,
But what are you going to do if you're not getting what you want and you're, let's say you're his age, you're not getting relationships, you're not getting the, you've been rejected I don't know, umpteen times. And at some point, you're at
Yeah,
your
but
wit's end. You're thinking, okay, what other option do I got? Let me mimic these people
weakness
that
in
I
this.
see. And then you might get results and you might think, damn, this works.
Advice from and for severely mentally ill people.
I would question the people that respond to it. The women, they do respond to
On the
that
path to becoming a grumpy
indifference.
old hermit.
No,
I think
there's some women that respond to that, just like there's some women that respond to getting, smacked around, or some women that respond to drugs, or some women that respond, I mean, there's some number of women that are going to respond to stupidity. But I mean, yeah, I see what Blizzard's saying is that when kids are flicking around on YouTube and they come across a dude like that, it's on the surface, it sounds legit what he's
sounds good.
saying. Oh, all I got to do is be a dickhead
16
and
year
she'll
old.
love me. Yeah. And like Joe's saying, I mean, a lot of these dudes are looking for attention. They're looking for love, compassion, sex, whatever. And that sounds like the easy way to do it right there. So yeah, they will listen to it. They will follow it.
Yeah.
And
But
they're willing to go
I
there.
think what he's talking to I think what he's really talking about is not getting attached to a woman, basically. And
But what is your end game? I mean, I would ask them, what is
I
your end
don't
game then?
know. I don't know. That's the crazy part. But
To be
these are
accepted.
the people that
You
like
said
us.
it.
These are, and there's a lot more. There's TikTok. I don't really go on TikTok, but I was up there today, and I was like, "What the fuck? Like this is who we're competing with." And a lot of people don't want to have these conversations, man. But I think that I think we need to. Like I said, I, I got a son and a grandson. I got nephews and nieces, and we all got some younger men, at least in our family, that we could be having some conversations with. I think that's important. I think it's very important. And who else is gonna raise them if not us? You know, who
It's
else is
important to
gonna
remember.
raise them?
Now, it's important to remember that half the population is less than average intelligence. So, when you look at it in those terms, people like this, they've got a platform, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and that half of the population,
Absolutely.
that is susceptible to hearing nonsense like this. Yeah, it's a crazy world, man.
A lot of people won't
It's the
take the
modern.
time to like think about it, really think about it, and be like, no, that's some bullshit. It really is.
It's not. I mean, y'all saying is, I'm saying, and I stand on it. It's not completely bullshit. It's just that the way he's going about doing it is just dark, and it's not going to end well for him or the women that he may or may not end up getting. If he gets it, under what conditions? Now he's going to be resentful because now I have to be this asshole that she likes and that she loves me for, and I don't want to be that man because that's not really
Yeah,
who I am. So it's it works. It's a short term fix. It's a band aid solution.
yeah.
But I know from experience it doesn't work long term. So, but when I was his age, I went through that phase. Oh man, this, I'm just be this. Damn, it's working. And it's like, man, I can't keep this up because it drains you. That what he's talking about now, he's passionate. But when you're actually in a relationship with a woman who likes you for that asshole that you think you have to be, then you realize she doesn't really like who I am. She's still now that's the irony. See, if she doesn't know it yet because he's just young, but he's going to get the woman who wants that asshole that he's portraying. But then he can't keep up that facade for long, and eventually he starts to have resentment towards her, and then eventually that mask starts to fade, and then she's going to see the cracks in his armor. She's going to leave him anyways. So he still has to deal with those emotional issues that I had to deal with when I was his age. So then you come back
Suffer
around full
for
circle and
lust.
realize that's not the way to having a healthy, loving relationship long term with someone. And that you can be
Yeah,
and have that I guess attachment or that love from a
because
woman,
at the end of the
but
day,
you
she
know
just liked you. She just liked you, bro. She probably would have liked
there's
you
something
either way.
not
You going
necessarily.
all out of your way to fucking do this and do that. You know,
But
that's what
that's
I
something that
mean. That's just
you
what I've
understand.
experienced in life. I'm not at, you know,
That's something you learn with
It's-
time and experience. He's
yeah,
naked, again, he's young. What I have an issue with mostly is, like you said, is that he has a platform to express and influence a lot of men who are going, yeah, yeah, I'm gonna be an asshole too. Whereas before they might not even have thought about doing that until they saw him so passionately, so charismatically preach it. And then that guy's gonna get older. He's gonna look back at that TikTok and be like, damn,
yeah.
I wish I
Okay,
never
bro.
met that dude.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
Maybe,
I
maybe
take
I
that
don't
back.
know. He gets that's the problem with making that type of content. That's why I won't ever make that type of content. Is because um if he ever
Constantly.
blows up for that, if you blow up for that type of content, you're stuck there. You're stuck there, especially if you start creating a certain lifestyle for yourself based off of that income. You're stuck there. You know.
That's fresh and fit. I mean, I don't
Yep.
believe. I mean, that's just one major example. They had. I don't believe entirely what they're saying. I don't. At some point, I think they grow out of it. They've been doing it for years now, and you would think, wait a second, these people, they're not stupid. You start to realize maybe they're just doing this. They're saying the same things over and over because they have to cater to their base of audience that they built up
Yeah.
years
Yeah.
ago
Yeah.
when they were in that headspace, but they're no longer there. But because of the money is good, the clout, the fame, everything that comes with it, they can't switch it up. Now they have to build up an entirely new audience of men who are much more on their level in reality. So it's
Yeah, salute
it's just
Cisco.
weird.
Yeah, imagine one of those dudes coming out saying, "Oh, I'm about to settle down. I'm gonna get married. I want to start a family." Can't do
Gone.
it. You can't
Channel
do it.
gone.
You'd be canceled by
Man,
the
not good.
by the other side.
What do you mean you got married? What do you mean you're in a happy,
Exactly.
loving relationship?
Exactly. This dude.
You
I
can't.
got another one. I got another clip. I got two more clips. I'm gonna play. Honestly, the
Okay.
first one, I I don't even remember. I just clipped it and added it. I don't even remember what he's saying, so I'm gonna just play it and listen to it.
That. There's no more 50-50. Chivalry is dead. There's no more morals, no more loyalty, no love. Forget about that shit. If you're thinking about getting yourself a loyal woman in 2025 in the West, it's not gonna happen, guys. You're gonna have to go to Southeast Asia. You're gonna have to go to Japan. You're gonna have to go over there to go find true love. You're not gonna find that here in the West. If you're watching this right now and you're like 18 years old, 19, 20, 21, 22, or you're not gonna find true love here in America. You're not. But if you do find true love, it's gonna be very rare. So just remember that.
Yeah, so
I wonder,
this
has he even been out the country? I can't buy that he's actually been out the country. He doesn't
this is the
seem like
people. Yeah, the same dude, the same dude, bro.
reading something he's heard. You
Uh,
should go in Philippines.
it's
You should
funny.
go to Thailand. Yeah, but the reality of actually going outside the
Yeah,
country it's a lot of effort, and most men in reality can't afford to go there. It is expensive
exactly,
to go
exactly.
and just to do for a vacation. And you're talking about 18, 19, 20. What kind of they got $3,000, $4,000 lying around to go to Brazil, like I did, to go to Philippines? You're just getting out of high school. You're
Nah,
working at McDonald's. What money you got to go to Philippines,
you
Thailand,
don't.
Japan?
I mean, you'll see some of them over there, but
No.
self improvement for validation never works. This dude again, to beat your life. The haircuts. I forgot what we call that, like a bowl cut or something. Checking in 3 hours. Yo, what up, TJ? Yeah, a lot of this advice being given to our young men today is, in my opinion, bullshit. Right? Um, the West is dead. The West is dying. There's no good women in the West. You know, what I'm saying. We've all heard it before. We've all heard it before. You got to go overseas. Only 1%. I keep saying this. Only 1% of us is ever going to become expats and live outside of the country.
1% is generous. It sounds
It's
generous, to be
less than
honest.
1%. It's less than 1%, but I don't remember how much it was. But it was less than 1%. You know.
and flying out even for just vacations. Like again,
No, not vacations. Well,
to stay,
there's a lot more
well, live there.
vacations, but I mean like becoming expats and living outside of the country.
Or what about even forget about vacation or even expat in one country, but traveling around that's probably a different like that's a different
Yeah,
level in itself. You're if you're
yeah,
traveling from country to country, you have to have some sort of job or some sort of income that allows you to do it, the level of freedom to do it. There's so many different factors involved. There's more than just get your passport and go to this place, whether it's for a vacation, whether it's you're traveling the world, or you're trying to live in that particular country. If you're trying to live there, even 1%, maybe even half a percent, half a percent, living in the
yeah.
country, you have to earn income in a way that it has to be unusual. You have to have a really good job that allows you to be remote, that maybe you hope that you don't have
Like
to work crazy hours. So it's a lot.
a lot of people like will say, "Hey, you know, I went to the Philippines for 2 weeks. It's cheap in the Philippines. I spent $8,000 on my last trip. You know what I'm saying? Not,
Did
and
you?
that's nothing to some people, but that's a fucking lot to other people, man.
Especially here in 19, 20, 21, which is the audience he said he's speaking to.
You know what
He's
I
telling
mean?
them to do something. How many, like,
Some
you
people
have to
probably
have,
look at that 8,000 and be like, "Oh, that's nothing," and then some people are like, "Shit, I ain't got fucking $8,000." You know what I mean? And it's
$8,000.
he says
That's a
dudes
lot.
trying to get clicks and views.
I don't know if it's working because I looked at
Good
his
teacher. Nah, he
comment
wasn't getting a lot, but there are other
because
ones that getting a lot. There's a dude that I was gonna clip, but I couldn't find the right video. And I don't want to. I'm not a reaction channel or nothing like that. I'm just saying, like, look, this is who is talking to our sons. But he was saying, like, you don't have to accept female rejection. It's like what?
what does that mean?
Like getting turned down by a woman. He's saying
Right,
you don't
but
have to accept it.
again, I know, but I'm saying
Yeah.
like what
Alpha
does he
Dom.
mean by that? What does he mean?
Basically, to not take no, not to force yourself on a woman, but you don't have to accept that no. There's ways around the no. You know what I mean?
Ah,
Yeah.
so
Just
okay,
take
so
the L,
looking for
bro.
ways,
Just take the
looking
L and
for
walk away. She
looking
said
for
no.
ways, looking for ways to not get consent, but not get thrown in jail for doing it in a way.
Yeah, no. I mean, he wasn't talking about sex. He was just
Right. I
talking
mean, I know
about
that consent in general, like
rejection. Yeah, yeah,
trying to get around her initial no and
yeah,
then
yeah, yeah, yeah.
not taking no for an answer. Okay,
Yep.
but when you say that to us, when a woman hears that, that's very that's threatening language. That's you basically saying, "What do you mean if I tell you no, you're not gonna, you don't have to accept it?" That's a threat, and he's teaching men how to be a threat to women by saying you don't
Yeah.
have to take it.
Women see
That's
that. Women are every woman are gonna see that as a threat, like instantly. I believe. You know what I mean?
hey, listen,
American
listen
women,
to
because I don't know about any other women. I know American women. That's who I'm. You know, I'm an
but here's the
expert on
thing:
American culture.
when when a man is teaching that, you don't have to take no for an answer. Like you say, a woman would, you would think they would immediately know that. I'm telling you, that's not always the case. A man can say, okay, she told me no. Well, let me offer her a drink and slip something in her drink, and then it doesn't have, now it's not going to have to be a no.
Yeah,
Or let me try to get around her defensive. Let me try to emotionally manipulate. They'll use different tools and tactics to get around that initial no. Sometimes it can be as
that's what he's
simple as
saying.
it can be as simple as well, let's just be friends. But they don't really want to be friends with the girl. They have other intentions, but they're giving her the
Yeah,
impression they want to be. So it can be subtle, it can be extreme. There's ways around the initial no instead of just taking the L and moving
just
on.
take the
So
L.
it, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but a lot of guys listen when
Nah,
when a
yeah,
man
but like
wants
I
something,
said, if you're giving advice, and that's the whole context this is
that's
in.
advice.
These are the voices we're up against as men. That's why I always encourage responsible men, positive men, you know, to speak. Maybe not to actually start a channel, but just to speak, man. Our experiences matter. Level-headed men, we need to speak more, you know. Stop being too busy. Stop keeping your heads down and minding your business. You know, we need to speak, man. Because these guys don't mind speaking. That other guy was Alpha Dom. Alpha Dom. That was his name. The guy I'm talking about now. Um, how to whatever. You don't have to accept no. You don't have to accept. You don't have to accept female rejection. You know,
If you do,
if you're in
man,
America, you know better. You should know better than to listen to that bullshit. You know what I mean? Because like,
yeah, but here's a
man,
perspective
bro.
of a guy who's always perpetually heard no, or I'm not interested. When he hears that from a guy like Alpha Dom, he's gonna resonate with him. He's gonna say, "Oh,
Crazy.
he's saying, yeah, he's right. I need to stop saying, I need to stop accepting no, and maybe I will get a different result." But of
You'll never
course,
know.
they don't. They get a different result, but it's not going to be the result that they want. It may end up in
Yeah.
jail,
Just
most
take the
likely.
L and move on. Take the L and move
So
on. Don't try to get around it under. Don't get mad and get upset and say "F you." I didn't want your number anyway. Just walk away.
I'm gonna try to convince
Just
her.
take the L and walk away, man.
Me
You know,
personally, I just say, okay,
that's
cool.
it.
All right.
Billions of women in the world. You know, TJ says Cisco International. What's good, man? Headed home in the grab. Think I might be bikeless for a few weeks until fully healed. Yeah, you gotta heal up, man. Gotta heal up, TJ, bro. I
Those
drove the
living in
bike
the
back across town to the rental place and I had to get a damn leg massage afterwards. Yeah. A dude I worked with here in California was explaining to me how California, top 5 largest economy in the world, is completely destroyed right before we walked into work. Yeah. Those guys exist. It's not like they'll tell you everything wrong about America, you know, politics, and then some of them will go to a different country and then they can't say nothing about nothing. You know what I mean? That is the funny part. I always say I love America. You know, the things I agree with, I speak on. You know, but I'm not gonna trash it just for the sake of trashing it. You know, and that always pisses people off when I say that. You know,
that you won't
oh,
trash your own country.
no. About the politics, about them being able to tell you every single thing wrong with America, but then they'll go to Thailand or Vietnam or somewhere, and you're not even allowed to speak on it at all. You know what I mean? At all. You know. And this is coming from somebody who I would call myself a future expat. You know, I want to leave America. You know what I mean? But the way I go about it is going to be different than some guys. You know,
So you got guys, it, like the irony of that. You had the freedom to talk all this shit about your own country. And I guess it gives you some sort of catharsis, which it does, which is why we had that right. It prevents, civil wars and shit like that. When you go to a country where you can't say nothing about their king, their president, you can't talk nothing greasy about nothing, about nobody. And so you went from having a voice, even if it means speaking badly about your own country, to having no voice at all when you come across grievances in the other country, because you will. Every country has its issues, and you can't even say nothing about it. Can you imagine that?
crazy.
I,
It's crazy.
I can't.
Yeah, it's crazy, but
So I think what it would do, hopefully, it would wake them up and make them see, wow, I really appreciate America. If they can say nothing good about America, the one thing they can say is I have a voice,
yeah,
even if I don't, even if what
and
I say about America
I think they know that. I think they
is
know that, but they just
bad.
can't say it. They like a lot of them have boxed themselves into a corner. You know,
Talking all
can't
that
say
shit.
it. You know,
Oh, America this, America that. Then you
he
go to the
said,
other
bro,
country.
yeah,
Yeah,
he said,
let
bro
me
looks
some
like his
credit.
mom cut his hair. I don't know if y'all remember the bowl cut, man, but it's like, yo, when they used to sit a bowl on top of your head, and then they would go around the bowl, and that's your haircut. That's what he looked like to me, man. Like, but he says, or a good pension or 401k. Dude looks like he's using Rogaine to grow his chin hairs, but forgot to use it on the rest of his face. You know, TJ sound like you had a pretty, yeah, man. Not terribly, but my big toe bore the brunt of the injury, and that's a pretty important one. Yeah, it is. Salute to TJ, man. Hill up, bro. Dude has no credibility except to preteens and virgins. Yo, but we got to catch them before they become him or worse. You know, broken
Is
high
it
school villain in
origin?
Disney movie original movie.
It's the origin story.
Yep, yep.
You get-
Brett says I spend 4 to 5K two for two. Go to Ireland, Scotland last year for 2 weeks total. Yeah, I did my first time. I spent probably around five, but I'm all over the place. So I think that matters too. Island to island, all type of shit. Like, not that I splurge. You know, I don't be splurging, but it adds up. It adds up.
It's just living there. You need to make sure you have enough
Yeah,
money,
yeah.
a lot of
I think
money, so you don't get stranded. You don't
ain't
get
no way.
stuck. So,
Yeah.
so that's why I'm trying to figure out where all this money is coming about 18, 19, 21 year olds. Like, do they have 4 or 5K lying around, $8,000 to go to, like, do they plan that, or they just thinking, oh, I'm just gonna, I guess hitchhike over there or something? What are they going to do?
I
Yeah,
don't
I'm gonna
know.
go to $1,000. I'm good. Yeah, I thought that. No, no, no. You need several thousands of dollars to make sure you are okay.
It's common sense is an endangered species these days. Yeah, yeah. We got to
You
bring it
recommend?
back though. We got to teach it to our sons, to our daughters. We got to teach it. They're not teaching it in school, right? And they're not gonna learn it from their friends. You know. So when we say things like, common sense is in danger, not going at you expat level, or critical thinking doesn't exist anymore. Um, it's because we're not teaching it. Who else is gonna teach it, man? Are we waiting for the school system to teach it? Are we waiting for peer pressure to teach it? Are we waiting for it to fall out of a fucking tree and knock one of our kids over the head? Or are we gonna teach it?
It's
You know,
supposed to be the
because
parents,
that's where
man.
the responsibility lies at us. There's a lot of
Parents.
other irresponsible parents out there. Believe me, I know. But for the kids that I get a chance to come in contact with, you know, this is how I talk to them. You know,
I guess teaching them how to think. I don't know where the disconnect happened. Like the lack of, like even at his age, I had obviously not the level of critical thinking skills I have now. That just comes with time, age, experience. But I wasn't like anything like the way he is in terms of my mindset and thinking and the way I process information. Like I can relate to some of the things, and it's like at the same time, I'm like, damn, bro.
that's funny.
Like, I mean, that's a mental. To me, it's almost like a mental illness. It's like almost borderline psychopathy, potentially. It's dangerous territory. So I'm not really sure what to do about that. You kind of look at it and say, like, damn, man, like the parents,
Yeah, it's the parents.
we, we
I was
can't.
saying that. I was saying that earlier when I was talking about football. How I love the.
Oh, yes, right. The
Yeah,
kids.
it's the parents, bro. Some of them are horrible. Some of
But
them
then
are
think about
nice,
this. If
but
you have the issue with the parents, but you like the kids are being raised by the parents. So eventually, those kids will end up like their parents, like mommy and daddy. It may not
if
be
they
that
don't
way at
have
the
the right
time.
person, If they don't have the right person in their life, they don't have a role model. Like it doesn't have to be just on the parents. And I know we say the parents suck. Some people, some parents do, but you know, we used to say it takes a village. Now the village isn't there anymore. You know, it isn't. Um, but you
Well,
have like you
to be
have
honest,
volunteers. You have people that are willing to mentor these kids, coach these kids, do whatever, spend time with these kids in some way, you know,
helping
because the
guide them.
teachers can't do it. You can't just expect them to go. The teachers cannot do it. We could talk about how bad teachers are. They have a hard ass fucking job nowadays. They cannot do it. Not when they got 30 kids in their class. You
No
know,
more than that.
underpaid. They gotta buy their own. They gotta buy their own supplies. You know, sometimes some school districts. You know, it's hard.
And then they had the school district undermining them too. So they have to stick to a curriculum that they may not even agree with, teaching
Yeah,
them not how to
it's not
think
working.
critically. So they
It's
may
not
want
working.
to teach them how to think critically, but that's not that's
Yeah,
not what we're paying you to do. We need you to teach them how to,
yeah,
be able to get a job when they grow up and serve the system, and then they turn out like this. So I mean,
yeah.
this is America. It's America, man.
Those those living in darkness only can spread negativity to others. That's all they know. That's all that's around them. Being a
Yeah.
tough guy alpha is an attractive mask to put on insecure men. All right, so let me play this last little video because I was talking about this earlier. Um, so I'm gonna play this last video. This is from this guy.
The alpha male, myth or mandate. The alpha male concept originated from the studies of wolf behavior. Ethologists, experts in animal behavior, studied hierarchies within wolf packs and labeled the dominant ones alphas. But unfortunately, as a result, masses of men believe that displaying animalistic behavior is the only way for a human male to lead, unaware that the alpha wolf theory has since been debunked. Yet still today, if a man demonstrates self-regulatory skills or shows support and kindness, he's labeled a beta, as if compassion and self-control or cooperation were somehow lesser traits. In my new book, The Man the Moment Demands, I share how the so-called alpha male mindset is often just a defense mechanism, emotional armor to hide personal insecurities, childhood abuse, or unresolved trauma. Even wildlife biologists have widely abandoned the term alpha because research has shown that most wolf packs are family units led by a breeding pair. So essentially, the alpha isn't a lone male wolf, but a male and female leading a family unit together. Let that sink in. Men, it's time to drop the alpha male label so that we can evolve past this outdated myth and gain a deeper understanding of who we really are. Comprehensive men.
I like him. I'm actually get his book.
Yeah,
He's
that's the guy. He's like I think jujitsu teaches jujitsu to underprivileged kids. So yeah, that I've been saying this for a while because I started down the road of this alpha sigma, you know, but like anything else, you got to look it up and see what it really is, man. You know what I'm saying? And I kind of found that out, and I was like, oh, the guy that actually came up with the term alpha male, I think he was the same guy that, after further research, he debunked it. And here we are,
the
what,
same guy.
50, yeah, like
Same
50
guy who
years
came out.
later. Hold on, let me look this up. I think it's like 50 years later. Something, I think this, let me look it up. I don't want to guess when I could just look it up right
So you said the same guy who came up with it is the same guy who debunked his own theory. Is
now. Yeah.
that what you said? Same. So he's an asshole. If only he had just taken a little extra time to make sure his
Oh,
theory, but now it's too late. You know, the cat is out the bag.
yeah.
People are always going to believe it, even though it's been debunked because it's out there and
Yeah,
it's
it's
been
out there.
believed
It's
to
like
be
it's got
true for
legs
so
of its own
long.
now. What they say? It's got legs of its own.
There's no putting that what they call it. There's no putting that genie back in that bottle
Yeah.
because people are going to believe that it's true before they find out that it's not true. And by that time, it's probably too late. They probably thought about this for years. Thought I got to be this mean, Jim Bro, with the
Yeah.
Jim, And then 10 years later, they find out, oh, it was fake. Yeah, you don't wait, all this time.
Yeah.
So
Father
that's the
time
power of
humbles
misinformation.
all. Absolutely. Yo, peace out, Cisco, man. I'm gonna catch you on the next one. I'll see you around. We always be we always find ourselves in the same streams. I'll see you around, brother. Take care, man. Father time humbles all. I started traveling in 1993. Cisco says we spent about 7K for 3 weeks, but we took a total of 10 flights and went to 4 different areas in the Philippines. Could have spent much less, but we wanted to ensure comfort during our trip since it was an anniversary. Yeah, like I said, man, I just spent. Like I said, I wasn't trying to waste it, but there's a lot of moving around. There's a lot of going from this island, that island, this island, that island. And it was what it was, but I enjoyed myself. You know?
I think I spent
An alcoholic father has 2 boys. One becomes a drunk, and the other never touches a drop of alcohol. Yep.
six.
True lion doesn't have to roar to let other know he's a king. Lead by example and never by authority. Yeah, but see, they would call that a sigma. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just in our nature. I think somebody asked me something one time. I don't remember the exact question, but I was saying that you need all of these things in your life. At times you're gonna be the student. At times, I said that here before, right? At times you're gonna be the student. At times you're gonna be the teacher. At times you're gonna be the leader or the follower at different points in your life. You can't be one without the other. You can't
And
become the
also,
leader if you never followed. You have to
and
be taught
also,
by someone. Go ahead.
and also too, this might be controversial, maybe not to us, but you would also be the leader, the follower, the teacher, and the student to a woman,
At
which I don't think
times, yeah,
a lot of men don't want to hear that because
it's true.
even in just the practical example of my ex tour guide, who may or may not be my future tutor, she has to teach me something. But there's this mindset that men have to always be the ones in the position where we're teaching. We're no, sometimes it's not even just language she's teaching. It can be teaching me something compassion, empathy. But we feel like we have to be the barriers of everything that has to do with leading the charge of everything. And then in attempting to lead everything, you end up being a jack of all trades and master of none. So
Yeah,
you end up failing in the areas that where she can excel if only you just fall back and fall back and listen to what she had to say. But a lot of see that's that alpha mindset.
yeah.
I can't.
I don't
But you
believe in
just
sigmas anymore either. Um,
all those terms and
I
whatever
just think
those
it's all bullshit.
nonsense.
You've probably been an alpha at some times. You've been a beta at times. You've been a sigma. These are all just regular human characteristics. There's nothing special about them. You're gonna be some of these things. You might be all 3 of these in one day. You know.
For example, I mean, going to work. You're not going to be this alpha man if you're the employee and you have a boss. But you come home, now you have a wife at home or you have kids. Now you become the leader, the alpha. So in the
Exactly.
same boat, you're interchanging. Everybody does it. it. It's just the way it is. Everyone's going to be an alpha, a leader, a submissive, whatever. And I do think we are like based on gender and based on just biologically, we are more prone to be
Yeah,
more of one or the other, more prone to be leaders as men, women more prone to be submissive. That's just natural. But there's still some interchangeable things there where we can't compare ourselves to no fucking wolves. Oh, there, which has been
so
proven not to be
yeah,
true anyway. Because even they have dynamics where they're. He said that the male and female wolves. He said that they lead together in a sense, right? Or that they
yeah,
work.
yeah.
So that's
It's a
basically
family.
what
It's
we
the
do.
mom and pop. It's the moms and pops. This right here. See, the term alpha male was popularized by studies on captive wolf packs in the 1940s. The lead researcher, Dr. David Meck, later retracted this idea when he observed wild wolves and found their hierarchy was more like a family unit, not based on dominance through aggression. You know, his own
But
words is the concept of the alpha wolf is outdated and misleading.
but he was the one that caused the misleading.
Yeah,
So it's unfortunate. But
yeah.
that's his legacy. His legacy is not that
A lot
he
of these,
discovered that wolves have the same or similar dynamics as human families. His legacy is that alpha, the male is at the leader of the pack and he's aggressive and that's what people still know him of today. That that later thing he did, no one, unless you take the time to dig into it, you're not gonna. That's not what you're gonna find out.
yeah.
So,
It's just you're just stuck there. We're stuck
he's
forever on the alpha, sigma, beta, forever. Like, get
because he
over it,
spoke too
man.
soon.
Get over it.
He spoke
Like,
too
I
soon
don't.
about his
One,
research.
I don't really care what you are, and if you were really that, like Express says all the time, you wouldn't have to tell nobody. I would see it. I would be able to recognize it. We all would know it if you were an alpha. You don't have to go around taking steroids, getting fucking jacked up. You know what I mean? Like puffing your chest out. I've seen some videos. This is how an alpha male sits. And there's a fucking guy talking about it for 7 minutes. How you don't sit like this is too open. You're vulnerable. You don't sit this way. This is how. I'm like, this is bullshit. Oh, how the alpha male picks up suitcase if he drops it in the airport. Like, who is thinking about this shit, man? Like, come on, bro.
You bend down at the knees, not at the back, so that way you don't be exposed.
Hey, been down. I've been one way. That's it. Because I had a slip disc and a herniated disc. You know what I'm saying? So I'm bending for safety. That's it. I don't give a damn about no alpha male or not. I'm trying not to slip another disc. You know,
I say it like this. This, like you're
who's
right.
who's that self-conscious though? That's what I'm saying.
A
That's
lot of people,
self-conscious. Like bad.
a
That's
lot of people.
that's horrible if you thinking about it. Oh, I can't sit this way because somebody's looking at me. I can't sit this way because they're gonna think this about me or that. That's not.
They're
You
gonna
got
tell me
issues. Got issues, man.
or
Honestly.
if I don't talk like this with a deeper voice, like you intentionally lower your voice. Like you're thinking about what you think a man is or how he's supposed to be alpha or a leader.
Yes. Instead of
And
just
yet
being one.
it's like it's like when people like there are people who say, I don't ever say to myself, oh yeah, I'm a model, I want to be a model. There was other people around me who was saying that. And it's like you kind of just roll with it. So it's not you if you're conscious of it, you're probably not going to achieve the goal you're trying to achieve. You're probably not going to be the model you want to be. But if other people outside of you saying, hey, this and this, you should listen. So that's how you know that you're a man is when other people, it's not you necessarily
Yeah,
because
look at
you
this
can't be the
comment.
barometer of your own man. You can't because you
You
may not
can't.
be the man you think you are. It's how other people
Exactly.
around you do that.
Exactly.
Do people listen to you? Do they follow your lead? Do they respect you? But if you're just saying, "I'm a man," I know I'm a man, then other people are like, "Yeah, okay, yeah,
Talking
you
to
can.
yourself talking to yourself in the
There's no
mirror.
amount of
You know,
self bravado you can give yourself. No amount of
you can get
delusion you
some
can.
people to believe you though, but it's always gonna fall apart. It's
It
always, in
always
my
does.
opinion, it's always gonna fall apart because it's not
People
real.
see through it. Like, oh wait,
It's
are
not
you
real.
really?
You know.
Yeah, you have to get the gab. Sure, you can convince someone for a period of time.
Friendly Stranger says, right now is a good time to be black in America, actually. Trump is running all the illegals off, opening big opportunity for black people to cash grab trade jobs. But will the opportunity be seized? I guess we have
Real.
to see, bro. I wish I guess we have to see. It is what it is. I don't think black people in general, black men in general, whatever, are gonna benefit that much off of it.
It'll be negligible. It'll be the people.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It's not going
Whoever
to be the.
whoever whoever is qualified for those jobs will get the jobs. That's how I
Yeah.
see it.
Yep.
I've heard and I've seen stories on like YouTube about black men having an uptick in construction jobs, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. So it's just hearsay,
Well,
you
I
know.
can say from experience, like I'm going out tomorrow to do a construction job. I've been working with these white guys for a while. They told me themselves, two white guys, the ones who hired me, they said to me personally, yeah, we used to have these are Mexicans, we paid them X amount of money, but they've since disappeared. And so now, we needed someone to come in and fill their place. And now, hey Joe, I'm like, hey, what's up? If you're gonna
Yeah,
pay me double, because I can't, I'm not gonna be able to live on half of what you was paying now. And yeah, well, we don't have a choice. So it's like, it, I guess I'm an example of that. I don't know. I can't speak for a lot of black men, but a lot of times you won't even know that it's a cause and effect.
yeah.
I don't
You
think it's gonna make that big of a difference.
for those that will benefit, salute. Salute to you. Whoever gets a job,
I think millions would have to be
whoever
deported for
gets it
that
gets
for
it.
that benefit to be actually seen and felt nationwide. But I
Yeah,
think for like a couple of thousand, like let's just say by the end of this term, he might get out 500,000, which I think is probably maybe that's over, maybe that's being generous. We're not going to feel that because it's like 10 million or so illegals here. You would have to get out half of them for us to be
yeah.
like, yeah, I could see, yeah, black people are getting hired more.
Expat living
So
overseas is in the back. I'm about to let him up. What's up,
Hey,
brother?
how's it going?
Good, good. How are you? He said they
yeah,
disappeared. You laughing? He said that's wild because I've seen a few operations shut down for the year back in California.
for the year, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
Well, maybe they need to be shut down, right?
I don't know. I don't know. It's not my expertise.
I gotta
I don't
say,
think it's
I gotta
any
mention
of
this.
our expertise. Hold on, let me read this one and I'll get the alternative was to get a bunch of non-immigrants and they said it was easier for them to take the write off. Wow. But see that's the
Not
problem, bro. I think.
when you really think about it, how can anybody be an expert at anything when there's always something new to learn?
Yeah, yeah. You got a point.
I mean, this
Yeah,
dude,
but
This Chase still here. Wow.
I, I agree there are more
Thank
people
you.
more knowledgeable in a certain subject than others, but
true.
there's always something new to learn. Always.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
I
say
think
I
there's
say
like
I'm an expert on myself. That's the only thing I could be an expert on. But shit, still I don't know I'm still learning
Yeah,
shit
I
about
agree.
myself too.
This I'm
Shit.
50 I'm 53 years old living in Thailand and I'm always learning something new about
Yeah,
myself.
absolutely.
It's a never
Absolutely.
ending process until you take your last breath in life.
Yeah, I agree.
the one thing I've heard the narrative, which and it's been consistent across the board. I wish I had actually brought this up when Cisco was here. It's that
He says it's
Actually, he
easy
did mention.
to develop and cultivate an expertise in something. I don't know, man. General expertise, but not leading, not leading expertise. If I had the time, maybe. If I had the time, man. Right now, I think what Joe said is more fits better. Um, Most of us are just jack of all trades, man, masters of none. We don't have the fucking time to do nothing. Excuse my language. I know I've been cursing a lot tonight, but we don't have the time to, you know,
I
in
think
my
that's the
opinion.
I think everybody, that's the main problem. A lot of people think they have time to make poor choices, that they're not going that their poor choices not going to affect them later in life. Sometimes when you're younger, you can make poor choices and recover from them, but the older you get, the more consequences and more those poor choices affects your life. That's why I say a lot of people use their presence to destroy their future in life.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's true, but I don't know. At my age, well, nah, maybe it's just the situation I'm in right now, where I can't. I feel like I can't focus on the damn thing. You know, I've been being pulled in so many different directions. So personally, that's how I feel personally. And maybe it's just where I'm at in my life right now, this moment, where I do feel like I'm just being pulled so many different directions, you know. And I make time for everything. Everything gets done, but you know, that's all I got.
So,
So I
Blizzard,
get it. I get it.
would you say most of those things that are pulling in different directions is coming from outside sources? Not, I'm not talking about like, the necessities like family and stuff. I'm talking about like other aspects of life. Do you feel like that is coming from societal standards and ex, you know, what people expect of you from society and work and stuff like that is pulling you in different directions?
No, responsibilities. Responsibilities.
Okay.
Some outside shit with just you know, where I see myself going, that I'm not, that kind of thing. The changing up plans and um basically being on a different path than I was, that I wanted to be on. That mentally is pulling, but as far as like really pulling me and not giving me time to do shit is responsibilities, man. You know, and it's like kind of, and I'll say it, like my grandkids, it's a huge responsibility. You
Yes, it
know, I'm
is.
not, I'm
It's
not.
it's necessary though.
It's necessary. There's no way around it. And I'm not complaining about it, but it when you're not ready for it, you know. I don't live in the house that I would want to raise two kids in. You know what I mean? I didn't have the job that I would want to have to be able to raise two kids. You know what I mean? I don't drive the car that I would want to to drive to be able to have two kids. So all those things matter, you know what I mean? But when it's a situation where you don't have the control, you know, you're just responding and doing what's necessary, then you don't control all of that stuff, you know. So it is what it is, you know.
I agree, but what I would like to ask you, talking about wants, but do you have what you actually need as of right now, the basic needs of what you need to take care of things in your life and with your grandchildren?
Yeah,
Yeah, and I fully understand it's everybody wants more in life. I think what humble like I done said before, what
expert. I
humbled
know.
me, I'm not an expert at anything. Um, I think what mainly humbled me is that stroke when I had when I was 29, and it taught me to focus if I to focus on my needs first, and any wants that I have, I try to make sure that it adds value to my life or those in my life. If
TJ, another expert. TJ says, "Hey man, the struggle is real for everyone. That said, you're the only one that can truly discern where your justifications end and your excuses begin." Yeah, he's talking about this earlier comment, but I
Yeah.
agree.
Do you remember I said I went to the doctor yesterday? Well, I went
Yeah,
there. My foot has been bothering me, and they checked it. I got a few ulcers on the bottom of my foot from my medical condition. I'm gonna have to be very careful because that turns septic. I can lose my foot.
yeah, you gotta be careful, man.
Yeah,
Beat your life.
I won't show my foot on camera, but it's swollen and
No,
purple.
no, no, no.
You don't want
You
nobody.
gotta do.
No, I wouldn't do that on my own channel.
Beat your license. Great thing about expertise is you only have to be better than the minimum requirements. Okay, I got you. You're much easier on the eyes, Wishy. Where are you?
I think
It's
expertise. Just
open, Wishy. Come on, it's open. She
I
was
think that
Brett. Hold on, let me finish this. Brett background. Salute, Brett. Thank you, man, for staying around, man. Miss Chase still in the background. Thank you.
uh,
I appreciate you. Beat Your Life says, Wushu said,
to here.
Wishy, I think she doesn't have clothes to wear. Wishy is capping, stays with something to wear. Yep, yep. TJ just got, oh, she just got home. All right.
I
Oh,
I think
man.
I think expertise is just to the point of being smarter than the other person.
I guess if you want to, I think expertise is knowing everything there is to know about something. So,
About a certain subject, topic, work, field, or something like that. Yeah,
yeah, but
What if
just
expertise?
and political,
but
religious,
some
whatever.
everybody wouldn't describe it as that though. You know, everybody wouldn't describe it as that. That's
Expertise is just being competent in what you do know. So you don't have to know everything about that subject, but it's having a level of competency about what you do know. And I think there's something to be said about that. Like I don't know everything there is to know about trading stocks, but I'm pretty damn good at what I do know, which is enough for what I need to make money doing it. I
so
don't
you're
need
an
to know
expert
everything.
or you
That's
proficient.
I would call myself an expert. An expert, I would call myself an expert. Yeah,
So how old
but
are
I
you,
wouldn't see
Jack?
myself
Thank
as
you,
I
Miss
know
J.
everything there's to know.
Yeah, see,
How
when you describe it that way, when like the way I see it, and maybe I'm wrong, because like I said, sometimes I'm wrong. Shit, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna see the expert
I would
means.
say that you can't. When
Expert.
you I don't know.
I'm looking
Shit.
up the definition. I'm guessing what
There you
expert
go.
means.
Yeah, me too.
uh,
I feel
I seen her
maybe
in the street
well
with the COVID Zoom uniform, tops, no bottoms. Tops, no bottoms.
so.
BT.
Expert means a person who has a comprehensive and authoritative knowledge of or skill in a particular area, having or involving authoritative knowledge. But it's not saying someone who knows everything there is to know about that thing that they're in,
Yeah,
which is a
authoritative knowledge. So yeah, you know the most in the room about it. You the expert.
you, I, there's people smarter than me in regards to what I do. But to me, it's about does it make money, right? So to me, being an expert, for example, a surgeon is a doctor, but he's not a general doctor. He can be someone who does brain surgery. He's an expert as a doctor, but particularly with brains. He's not going to be an expert with the heart for all these other different things.
Yeah,
So a doctor to me is not an expert, ironically. He knows a lot about everything, but he's not an expert.
yeah,
He's a
yeah.
general specialist. But an
that,
expert, someone who focuses on something and mastered it to the point where you, not only you, but people outside of yourself can acknowledge
I
that
get what
person
you're
knows
saying.
their shit.
But she was the best dressed when she was in whatever that means.
there are a lot of experts out
When
in the
was that?
world,
Was she
but
2020, 2022? I need outfit. I need a decent outfit for this live stream. No, you don't. Just come up. She said, "Let's go upstairs." It's funny, bro.
Yeah, a
I
lot.
can't admire wishing this I'm on camera too. Go ahead, Adam. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of experts out there in the world that don't even have a lick of common sense. They're smart and they feel like a surgeon or whatever like that, but when it comes to common sense in daily life, they don't know nothing. A lot of movie stars are like that. They know how to act and all that, but when it comes to real life, they detach from it. They don't have general common sense, or the majority. But there are still some that do.
Yeah, they're good
That's
at
true.
something.
But
They're
I
Yeah,
good
they
think
at
get
that
it.
something. A lot of
because they
people that
see
got common sense, but they broke. You
because
know what I
you're
mean? So
if you're
I
spending
would.
the
I,
it could
majority,
go both ways, man.
I wouldn't say I'm rich, but I retired when I was 40, and I don't have to worry about money. Now I'm 53.
Yeah.
the reason why
That doesn't make me smart.
I think most people can be an expert and not have common sense simply because of the amount of time and effort it takes to be an expert takes away the time that you need to develop common sense. It's that simple.
I don't know. Some people can have both.
Yeah, but we see that, like you said, the movie stars and they seem like we know that they're skilled in being actors or musicians, but they have these commentary about things that we know that they don't know what they're talking about. It's because
Yeah.
they spend the rest of their whole lives being actors, being certain whatever. And it's like, yeah, this is not your field.
But you can always learn something. You
Common
can
I
sense
always
is
learn. You can
I
always
agree.
learn. Lots of
I
topics may not require common sense. Body is an expert at life. That's different. I thought we were talking about vacation.
vocation.
I in general I agree, but there is a small percentage that do have both. Whatever field they're into, or whatever stage of life, or whatever they're supposed to be an expert in, there's some that do have common sense. But for the majority
Buddy.
of people,
Okay.
no.
Yeah. And that's kind of like the price that you would usually pay to be
I
an
didn't know
expert
what
in
the hell
something.
that was.
You're
Buddy.
spending a lot of time doing. Yeah, it lives in its own world. I'm
I've been watching in the background on live. This live stream has been all over the place.
All over the place, man. That's not honestly, that's kind of how I want. That's kind of how I want the Wednesday stream to go. To be honest, I just want people to come up. Hey, man, I was thinking about this today. Wow, wow. You know what I mean? Like, oh, the next person comes up. Hey, what did you think about this? You know what I'm saying? It's kind of what I want Wednesday to be like because it's the middle of the
Yeah,
week, man. It's the middle of the week. It's supposed to be the hardest day of the week. Hump day. I mean,
I'm saying, what does that
when
mean?
I start, it's Thursday. When I start, it's Thursday there, but it's still technically Wednesday here. Hump
it's
day. You don't know what hump day is, Joe?
yeah,
No.
Hump day is like Wednesday because if you start at the beginning of the week, Monday, and they say that it's uphill to Wednesday, and then it's
Oh,
downhill. So it's like a hump.
oh.
It's like a hump. They call it hump day. Nobody.
So like getting over. Okay, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know if I like that one so much. It all goes down here from Wednesday on. Ah, that's
Supposedly, yeah.
oh, remember I said yesterday I went to the doctor, got all the tests done, and 11 medications for a month. This is the
Yeah.
this is the bill on. I don't know if you can
What's she
see it
say?
or
It's like
not.
$50, 45. Hey, Wishy. Look
how
at
much is
Wishy
it?
in the background. I'm gonna keep her to myself.
One
Y'all
thousand
can't
seven
see
hundred.
her. Y'all can't see Wishy. I'm keeping her to myself back there. No, no.
You can.
Welcome to the stage, Wishy. How are you?
Mhm.
Uh,
Hello, gentlemen. Oh, hello. What is
oh,
that, Adam?
I was trying to show,
Hello.
Fuck it. I tried.
This
trying
is
to
a
trying to show the
who's
cost wherever it
What
may
is
be.
that, Adam?
Oh, the cost. They don't show nothing you ain't supposed to show, man. Remember, bro, it's a lot of weirdos out there. Be careful.
Well,
No,
what
it's
if they
No
just all they
at
can
doctors.
least
do?
it's not
It's
it's
all
not print.
it's
What
just
is
showing
that?
the cost on it. It's the
Ah,
bill while I went to the doctor yesterday.
okay.
The and I show my name but cover up the other
Address,
part.
all that stuff. Yeah. Card numbers, anything like that. Don't show them, man.
Well,
Wishy, how are you? How you doing?
just my
I'm doing
medical
great.
name.
Well, just came home.
Ah, busy day, huh?
Yeah, it's busy day. Here actually afternoon it's hot, and like morning it's raining. Afternoon it's hot. It's crazy weather.
Yeah. Did you stream tonight? Last night?
No, no, because you're going to stream. That's why I don't go live.
Because of me?
And I'm busy.
Wow.
I'm busy. No, because we need to support our best friend. Right, Adam? How's that? I know. I know. I know. Adam was talking in Tagalog last night. Like yesterday, I was laughing at him. I know. There's a lot
What's
of
that,
this.
Adam?
What is
That's
okay?
a Thai lottery ticket here. If you win it, if you got the number, you win 6 million baht.
Oh, wow.
So,
What's
so
six
It's
million
only like
baht?
a it's only
I
like
got
a
a little bit.
20,000
Who is
US.
that co-host? Hi, who is that? On top. Hello.
Joe.
Who is
That's
that?
Joe up top.
Hi,
He's always
Joe.
here.
Okay. Hi,
Hello.
Joe.
The Beach of Life says 19 watchers, 11 likes. Some of y'all come out the bushes and push the like button, please. That's all it costs. Cost of admission is a like. That's it. Hit the like button.
Okay,
Almost
Mr.
4 hours.
Blizzard, I'll change my dislike to like now.
I can't
Uh,
find it.
He didn't like them
the-
politics, man. No.
no, you made a big old speech about not doing politics and stuff, and that's what you went right towards. I go, oh well,
Yeah.
he doesn't stick to what he says, but I understand there wasn't nothing going on it wasn't nothing going on. Nobody didn't want to talk about topics,
Yeah.
so yeah, you went with that
I
to
started
keep the
out trying
live
to
free
talk about
going.
my friend, that was going through his personal issues and stuff. But
So
people want to talk about politics, bro. They're hungry for it, man. It's just
yeah,
how are you gonna do it? And I
the
think that's
problem
the
is with politics and religion, it's a never-ending debate, and most people can't agree.
yeah, I know. I
That's
know.
Yeah,
how
but
it is. That a problem?
If
with my
everybody,
life, you cannot.
Go
Like
ahead.
it's very light, especially
if ev-
Brett only after the family.
Yeah,
I
go
hope
ahead
I
with
hope
you.
you understand Brett, Adam. I hope you understand him. I hope you
uh,
get him.
well, I won't say. I was taught if you don't have nothing nice to say, don't say
Oh
nothing at
man,
all.
you beefing with Brett? Come on, Brett is cool as
He,
hell.
Yeah, yeah, we know Brett.
I, li- I,
Blizzard
li-
knows Brett, and I know
I,
him.
li-
Look at me. I just agree. What they of? I
I'm
just
not
agree.
saying I'm not saying that Brett's a bad person whatsoever. I'm not saying
Yeah,
that. It's just
He's just
he doesn't have
w-
what they call this one doesn't have break. Directly he will tell that he
yeah.
will not like I might help someone or he doesn't know that one.
No,
He
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah. No filter.
straightforward.
That's good though.
Exactly.
he he what kind of got me laughing at him was he's talking about Miss Wishy interrupting him. He never stopped talking, so therefore Miss Wishy had to interrupt him so she can say something. He just constantly talked, and he he means well. He's a good person. I think in
Wishy,
general
why
he's
you
a good
laughing?
person
Wishy?
because he knows it's true.
I know. And we are just laughing. You don't know that
Yeah,
we are
Brett.
laughing on you on the chat. We are laughing too much. And
Yeah,
then I
It
said,
Brett.
was
how about I go live now and let's see the
He's
reaction.
not.
The reaction.
No,
And when we see
Beach
you,
Alive. He's not up here. He's in the
it did.
background. He's listening.
Sue,
Brett Glassall. Yeah, he's cool though,
Brett,
but you
yes,
gotta
Brett.
understand him.
Now,
You
now
you,
don't
you
get
gotta
me
My number
wrong.
understand
one.
Brett. You
If
gotta
Brett's
My
understand
number
him.
here,
one,
don't
Brett.
You gotta watch him. Watch
Yeah.
Brett, how he interacts with people, and then you'll understand him, and then you just get him.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Like Ryan,
Brett's got to
Greg,
understand.
a lot of
It's
them.
I don't hate him. You know, I wish him well. It's just like got me. But what's even funnier is Wishy was trying to talk, and then he said, "Shut up, Miss Wishy. I'm trying to make a point here." He said that in live stream yesterday. Something to that effect.
Yeah, don't read too much into people on here. I always say, like, you know, YouTube can mean something for some people, even though some people say that, oh, it's just for fun, but there are people getting something out of it. But it depends on how you look at it, how you approach it, to be honest. So you're trying to help people. I see it, you know.
I'm
Yeah,
trying,
I
but
see.
I'm not perfect. You know, everybody makes mistakes, and I reckon that's one thing I try and do is try to show others what I've done and try to not make the same mistakes I did.
Yeah.
Oh, speak for yourself. I am perfect.
He says, "Damn, I took one call and wish she appeared." Yeah, she hopped up.
Oh,
She
I
hopped
like
up on
to.
stage.
I won't talk. I won't go deep into politics, but I wanted to talk about what Joe was talking about, what was happening in Africa with the
Oh,
farmers, with the farmers there. Not only
yeah.
did I watch that video, I did my own research, plus looked at
Oh, good.
the news outlets that were
Yeah.
on the video that you provided. I wouldn't say that it's gone to the point of what I would call genocide, but it's more than enough that it should raise a major concern that's
Hmm.
happening there. So in general, I agree with what you was trying to say. I
But
That's.
mean,
still, I
I didn't
agree.
think.
I
I didn't
just don't.
think. I didn't think anybody was actually going to watch the video because
no,
to watch it would be to challenge one's preconceived ideas of what they already have in their head as to what it was going to be about. I didn't have an opinion about it one way or the other when I looked because I'm not from Africa. I'm not. I don't have any ties. I was curious, and I looked at both sides, and I said, "Oh, okay," and it just seems more credible. And the resources that the fact that you went and deep dived like that, I appreciate that you did it because most people they don't do it. Oh,
Yeah, I ain't watched
give
it.
me the information. You
I
ain't
didn't
trying to pay
watch
the
it. I didn't watch it, but I plan
so
on watching it. I just haven't watched it.
so the sources that I used that were close to America was X, Twitter,
excellent.
Newsmax, Sky News, besides your YouTube video. Then I also used looked at the news that were on the video and I looked them up to see what they were saying about it. Plus I was seeing what
You know,
other
those
people.
are like far right news sources.
No, no.
Yeah, basically a lot of them were saying it in their own language and then they go kill all the white farmers and then you see different news from
I'm
that
here for
country and other
display.
places.
I'm sorry, Wishy.
You see on the news that they
I
talking
gotta
about
get Wishy up here by herself.
all these white
That's
farmers
right.
that
It's always happened.
getting killed by the African people there and stuff. So
Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's genocide, but it's enough to raise concern
I don't
where they
think it's genocide. I think bad
no,
bad
I
things
don't think it is.
happen. Bad things happen to people on both sides, and one side probably thinks that that's bad things shouldn't be happening to them because of who they are. When you're in if crime is crime is growing and the murder rate is rising, it's gonna affect everyone.
Oh la
Everyone.
la.
I think using my camera lights better than
So
having a bright light on. Um,
that's just it. I
there's
like
a
how
lot of
Toyota makes
there's a
Supra
lot going
the
on
Alpha
there that
Red
needs to
because it
be
makes
checked
you think
into.
better about the Hiace and the Corolla.
And when we and the other thing I was talking when y'all said June the 6th. Well, I had on my mind January the 6th when Biden was won the election.
Yeah, yeah,
I,
you
I
told me
was
that
mix
before.
I was mixing the two together, and I was trying to
You told
figure
me that
myself.
before.
I was trying to figure out
So
what do two of these two topics
hello,
have
hello,
in a
hello.
relation.
I can feel your hello. Hello.
Okay, Miss Wishy, all three of us are waiting for you to say something.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I used
So
to it,
what's your
and I like.
what's your
I'm here. I'm
You're
really
not here for just display. We're gonna pick your mind now. Or if you got
I'm
any
here for.
questions that you want to learn about us, you can ask.
It's all right. I'll just go with the flow.
I'm a
Okay.
straightforward, honest person, so ask what you want,
Yeah,
but
me
don't be
too.
surprised if I answer. Now, if it's something personal or inappropriate, I won't answer those. I'm not gonna give you my bank account number and stuff like
Oh, Miss
that.
Wishy's birthday is coming up in a
Yeah,
few
the
days.
We're gonna say
Happy
21st.
birthday.
yes
Yeah,
on June
21st.
21. Not, but
June
it's gonna be
21st.
like
She
6 p.m.
just
6
squeaked
p.m.
in there. Oh,
I
Halo. Oh, Halo. Damn, I'm off tonight, bro. I'm pronouncing everything wrong. So he's saying Halo, not hollow, as in hollow hollow. He's saying
yeah
Halo, as in okay.
yeah.
I got
Why not TJ come up in the panel? Better.
you.
But Miss Wishy, I know how to palo.
Got me.
Miss Wishy, I know how to palo. It's called a
Oh
stream of
man,
stick fighting in the Philippines using rattan bamboo,
Pinoy filled
stick
in
knives
basic
and
Yeah.
business.
boards.
Okay.
Beyonce
Tell
comes in
Blizzard what's
Blanca.
palo palo. Yes.
Ah,
Hold on,
what's what?
I was
Beyonce
saying that
already.
I was saying
I
that
like
I
it.
can palo, which means a stream of stick fighting in the Philippines, not stick and knife fighting.
Oh yeah, I thought it was just like
It
a
has
whooping,
different
a
meanings.
whooping.
You're naughty, and then you get that palo palo.
Yeah, whooping.
You have the regular bamboo that's hollow, and the rattan bamboo that they use for stick fighting is solid. It 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 won't break in half, but it will split. So you can hit with it, and it won't break, but it'll split. But if it splits, you can wrap tape around it and still use it. It won't break in half unless it
What is the sound
could
effect?
split.
It's kind of sexy, the sound effect. During the break time, right, TJ? Are you asking that one? I don't know what's the.
So this is what people really want to know. It's what people really want to know, Wishy. What do um Filipinos think of foreigners? That's
Don't
the
tell me
question. I
ATM.
mean, no,
That's
because
a loaded
the
topic.
ATM. That's the title you need, right? That's the title.
Oh, I said this before. I tell men not to go
Because
overseas. Leave.
I got told somebody told me I was a Debbie Downer. Because
Oh,
all
la,
I
la.
talk about is like serious subjects and all this stuff. Yeah.
I I tell men when they go overseas, if you leave with your wallet, don't complain about becoming a walking ATM machine. Leave with your
Yeah,
wallet.
that's what she does with the stick.
Yeah,
They
but
go.
with those questions you asked, Liz, I think that's a woman is like ignorant, never go out. I mean, ignorant of outside the country, never seen outside the country. They'd never work. But those women who've been working outside the country, they probably know what is foreigner. So they might seen some like good future, but not totally. Not everyone is rich, as you said.
Yeah.
Some of it living to survive, some of it living the life. So yeah, so I think usually when I was on the bus, it's many months ago. So when I'm talking to my ex, I said, is that foreigner? I said, yes. Like she's like, ooh la la. I said, that's not what you think. I told her, I said, that's not what you think. Like not everyone is rich. So
Yeah.
for those
Some
for
just
those
saved up enough to come for the trip. And they're rich for 2 weeks and then they go home and back to reality.
Yeah, but
Yep.
the others is too much bragging also, please. That is also someone did, and like they come here, like they living exact amount only, but when they go back home, they're bragging everywhere on YouTube. I'm living like a king. But Actually, when you see those adventure they have, like they only living in the condo and go buying something. It's not really living like went to everywhere places in the
Yeah,
Philippines that we can call it. They are on vacation,
but you're like got the
trying,
chancleta.
exploring, not only going there. Mostly sex spots, really. They're just going to bar and playing with
What?
women, and
Some
then
for
when
because
they
some, for some, yeah.
come, yes,
I
come.
have a nicer term for that. I say guys going overseas to rent a girlfriend.
Actually, I'm preparing one for our community. The
Nah, I don't.
person
But
like
living
most
in a village in Thailand, I'm deep into the Thai culture here.
All right, TJ has a question for Wishy. He says, "I want to know Wishy's top 5 qualities in a foreigner boyfriend. I showed a friend or two I'm chatting with, excuse me, a screenshot if when we were all concerned with the stream and they did not care about me. All
what is
appearing
that?
when we were all appearing on the stream. Okay,
Okay, what are the
so
what are top five qualities of a foreigner boyfriend material? Yeah, I don't know what to say. Loyal, honest, loyal. Number one is loyal, honest, smart, of
hmm,
course, is smart. We need some smart guy, okay? Smart with actions. And uh, I don't know top five, but for me, number one is at least he is capable to travel. I think it's if he is a foreigner, at least he is capable to travel because I was stuck with that 3 years, more than 3 years, like this thing. Next month, after 3 months, I'm gonna traveling, but he's not really capable to travel. So changing girlfriend still is still the problem. Still can't travel. So I think as long he can travel, that is the most
yeah,
important. Honest, loyal, and
smart.
making you smart, yes, and making you happy.
Happy.
I
Okay.
I wrote
Some
a
okay,
script.
some guy, okay, this is the supporting. Some guy, they making you feel bad on yourself. They're making you mean, but that's what I'm trying to say.
hmm.
The man who I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to say it in English, but like the man who makes you feel who you are, not who they want you to be. That is the most important.
Ah, okay.
Oh, that's a. I
Okay.
get what she's
Okay. We'll
saying.
see. Me too.
So
Me too.
a man who loves you for who you really are, not the idea of who he thinks you are.
I
Yes.
I wrote a
Yeah.
script
I like
on
that one. I like
why
that one. Wishy.
Filipino state foreigners, but I haven't posted it on the YouTube channel yet. But it talks about the different aspects and all that. It's just, many Filipinos, they are living in a developing country and the families live below or just the average, just above the poverty line. A foreign partner is often seen as a path to great financial security, not out of greed, but for survival or hope for a better future. And that's, for some of that's mainly for the ones that live in provinces and stuff like that, or doing average minimum wage jobs there.
Yeah. So
Um,
Miss Chase says, "What's the topic? You just kicking it. Just kicking it
What?
right now. Topic is open discussion. So if anybody else would like to come up,
Yeah.
it's
Anything.
fine. I'll probably I probably won't be up here that much longer. Um,
Yeah. My goodness. ICE is about
yeah,
also to go live, right? And then like, we're very
yeah,
busy.
yeah.
Tomorrow, probably I go
I
live
usually
tomorrow.
take a nap, and then when I get up with the kids or whatever, I'm right back on ices. Yeah. Future
Yes.
Life says, "Man, men come to the Philippines for sex. What the fuck?
Mostly, right?
First I heard of
Mostly,
this. I'm gonna need some receipts.
mostly, they're just come to play around.
I don't know. I
Come
don't
on,
know.
come on.
There's
Not only
all
like
type. I don't know.
There is
There's
a
all
lot.
type of men though that come there. You know,
Yeah.
This the sad
some
part about men going overseas is they turn around and keep making the same poor choices they made back home. And since they go overseas, they think they have a little bit more freedom, so that's why they do things overseas that they wouldn't
yeah.
normally do back
I don't
home.
know. I can't speak for every. I can't speak for every man that travels overseas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can only speak for myself and the people that I know personally. People travel for all different type of reasons. You know what I mean?
Yes, I
It's
agree.
not just expats. It's not just sex pats. It's not. And sorry for using that word, but it's just. I think I'm gonna keep using that because it just defines what it's exactly what I'm talking about. And
It's a
you know what I
clear
mean?
it's a
It's
clear
very clear.
definition.
Yeah. But people travel for business. People travel for family reasons. You know, you could travel for anything.
I
And
initially moved
people
overseas for
always have.
medical.
You know, yeah, he moved overseas for medical. But we know that there are the men who travel for that. Absolutely. I'm not trying to say not that they don't, but
Ang
I
ganda.
think you
There's
just got to
some,
get out there and see more of them.
and how can I word this? You have some men that go overseas as a sex pet seeking to be with underage women, underage women
Yeah,
and stuff like that. That does happen. There's been caught, but if you get caught doing that
pedophile.
overseas, yeah, pedophile. You get caught doing that overseas, they're gonna bury you. They're gonna bury you
Yeah.
under the jail.
TJ says you got to narrow it down. Still a lot of nerds in those search results. Smart deductions. Like he's good with tax forms. Yeah, that's a question. Smart. If he that's the kind of smart you want, we're just intelligent.
You got a lot, got a
Yeah.
lot of male kittens roaming around
Yeah.
thinking they can roar like a lion.
If your LDR can't make a way to see you, run. If your LDR can't make a way to see you, run fast.
Oh, lala, can you hear the crying? No?
Well,
Not?
I'm
I don't
gonna
want
be
to hurt your
honest.
channel.
I'm gonna be
It's
honest
fine.
and
I
say
got a my grandson right there. He's not crying
Lala,
right now,
because
but
I
it's
said,
fine.
okay, here's
We
your
understand.
coins. Because he wanted.
Yeah, we
Okay.
understand.
I say
Nakaw.
Wishy
I
is
say
right to be wary of emotional manipulation. Exactly, because there's a lot of that out there.
that
But
happens on
it
both
comes from the
sides.
men. Yeah, speaking from our perspective, it comes from men that you know insecure. It comes from insecure men. You know,
From like I said,
that's what I believe.
I started traveling in 1993, and the majority of the horror stories you hear about overseas come from men making poor choices.
Yeah,
They had a lot of responsibility in that. If they would have simply made a different choice, the outcome would have been completely different. Um,
soft
like that,
ones.
like
God damn, Wishy.
your friend that came on live and he says he's been woke up in several different countries to get drugged and robbed by a woman.
Oh, that dude. I want him to come back on, man. I don't even remember his name.
And I wasn't trying to disrespect
Joe,
him. I
you
said,
remember his name?
nah.
Ayan na. Am I?
I don't even remember what live stream it was either. That's
And
Ano yan, guys?
what
Saan live?
what
Which live?
I don't
I was
remember, but it was a guy saying that he like got drugged and robbed in the
several occasions.
Philippines, Colombia, all these different places. He was the guy drinking. He was drinking that day.
Yeah, he started drinking and then he goes into areas. I forgot what he called them. I said, so basically you're going to red light districts. He goes, no, I'm going to
Yeah.
here. I said, that's what red light districts are. I
Uh,
forgot what he named it. And I wasn't trying to
oh,
get down on him. I was trying to help him. I said, what is the
TJ's on his
common?
phone. You got to be on your phone because every time I get on my phone now for some reason it like the YouTube
Nagabad ka na.
chat is like closing up, it's opening up, and it's like posting shit that I'm not even ready to send to the chat.
What I was trying to get him to understand is he was the comment.
How do you make this one? Your comments like coming in the side piece. Are you
On
I
my
laptop
was,
or what?
on
I
my
was,
phone. No, on my phone.
mm,
Yeah, but my comments doesn't come like that. How did you fade it for monthly? Kinda. I'm asking.
Oh wait, what this? Which
Yeah, the comments you can see it on the screen. So that's what I'm asking.
that
Um.
um I don't know. I thought it was included.
Oh, okay.
I don't that they didn't charge me extra or anything.
You paid the monthly.
what were you talking about bringing up video clips?
No, the comments go like right on the bottom corner of the screen.
Like,
I clicked it off and clicked it back on. I fucked it up. So
Because
well, like,
before I subscribed like a month, and it took me a year. My goodness, I'm too much upset. And the bank account is not belong to me, it's to my friends. So, ooh la
wish
la. And then I tried to chat them. But the scary things,
I'll
they don't
help you
send
if you
me.
listen. Wishing if you go to your live stream and you watching Blizzard from your live stream, look up to the upper right hand corner. It says private chat and comments. If you click on comments, you can see what the people are saying in this youth on this YouTube channel.
Yes, I do that. I did that.
no, she
But I
talking
need
about it's not.
bringing up.
See, if you look at the screen right under you, you'll see the
Oh
comment.
yeah, I see that.
Yeah, that's
Actually,
I don't know where. I don't know. I pay for mine, so I don't know. But
I'll have to.
I didn't get that just because I pay for it. It just started and it's free or it's included with the plan. But if you look, it's a toggle switch above where your comments are read at. So next time you go live, Wishy, look above where your comments are at
You talking about where
Mm,
it
I
in that
know.
says
box.
I can bring like this. Because I need to be subscribed. Like I really don't like to subscribe to StreamYard because I did it before. I'm using my friend's account and I applied only for a month, subscribe
and
for a month, and they took
it,
me a year. Oh la la, my friends said, why this is a lot of money taken from my bank account.
Oh
And
wow, it's a lot.
the scary
oh,
part is when uh they asked my last number. Okay, they asked the four-digit number of the bank account. So no OPTN, etc. I don't know how they did. They just took the money right away. It's way before 5 years ago. I was talking about five
Uh,
years ago. I'm really scared.
yeah.
Oh la la, Joe
also,
is just
Miss,
a lot.
Oh, Joseph dropped down. Miss
if you
Chase
want
says
to,
most beautiful. Yeah, mostly, but some is the beautiful places. Yeah. Let me read these comments real quick. TJ says, I mean, it really depends on what your game is, in my opinion. A lot of dudes go to Vegas, Atlanta, Miami, everywhere trying to smash. There are just some places with better odds than others. Yeah, I agree. I personally have to be in a long term relationship. Otherwise, I'm a piss in every tire I come across.
desperate
I
men
used to
make
be like
desperate
that.
choices.
Nah, I used to be like that too when I was younger.
Oh
If
la
you get
la.
off the plane and head right to Burgos or AC, then yeah, own the fact that you came for cat. If you're just shooting your shot and finding it falls more often than not, more power to you. Agree. And that's the difference. That's the difference. And you know what I mean? That's why I say we have to define things. We have to be able to say sex pack because that's the only reason they're going there. You know what I'm saying? We have to define it, or else we all become one. We all become the same thing, which they already do too much of. They already lump all of us into the same category. But we get a choice. We could define ourselves at least.
Yeah, I agree.
Like a PDF. Like a PDF. Like I don't want to be put in the same category as a PDF. So yeah, they don't want us to say pedophile, but I'm gonna say pedophile. One, I'm not monetized, so I don't know. But I don't think there's nothing wrong with saying that word on YouTube because you're saying what something is. I didn't make that word up. Pedophile. That's what it.
But
That's what it is. It's in the dictionary.
so do you mean like how about 60 years old and marrying a 20 plus?
That's
That's they
not a
call
ped.
them TF,
No, no, that's not a PDF. Some people will, but no, a minor, a minor,
younger. Okay.
a
The
minor.
beat
That's the actual law. The law, yeah.
the Beats
Uh,
of Life was asking, is there a free version of StreamYard? Yes, there is a free version of StreamYard, but it has a certain limit of hours, and then after that you have to pay for it.
yeah, but
But
that's
but
fine.
but
All you
but
gotta
when
do is delete delete whatever file you have in there and just keep going. You know.
yeah, and also they have other ones that are free, like Restream and other live streams you can use.
Yeah.
Like if like above, I was talking about where it's talking about private chats and comments. If Miss Wishy wanted, she can stream this live to her audience. She can create a live stream on her part where she can stream to her
Yeah.
audience.
She was frozen. You was frozen there for a second. We got you back.
No, because I chat.
Yeah, commenting on the
Commander
phone
said it is
sucks.
first time seeing woman up in the panel. Yeah,
Well,
I think it's not first time. It's like three times. I see was here also. The first live stream.
Yeah, there's a free version. Yep, it's just a new feature, but I don't think you pay anything for it. I think it's just there. So next time you scream, you just gotta look for that up there. Oh yeah, one American. Oh yeah, American apps need that cheddar right away. Yep, give me
I
that
never
up front. You ain't pay on demand. What's that? Or pay? No, you gotta pay right there in the beginning. Not pay as you go. Oh yeah,
I've I've
first
been thinking
time I
of
seen woman on panel. Nah, Icy's been up. Icy's been up before. Um, who else? Icy and Wishy. I don't think. I think that's it for women though. But
Yeah,
yeah, they're
Miss May.
Miss
Miss
Manny's been on
Manny.
my panel.
Yeah, we she will be because that time like we are waiting, but we have a lot
Yeah,
of
it's
so we choose to stay down because
uh
if we
oh
are
my
to
bad.
the panel, we could be like notice.
Yeah, yeah. He says I'm only for display. LOL. Yeah, we caught up with the chat.
They were saying under 18, but in certain other countries, the age of consent is below 18. Some places it's 16. In other countries, I won't mention the name here, it's 12 years old.
No, we don't do that.
Ah,
I I
No,
but
I
no, no,
thought the
no.
basic rule was to follow American law even when you're outside of the country.
Um, in general, you wouldn't do what you wouldn't do back home. And secondly, you gotta respect the laws and country in the country that you're in. But because they have a
Yeah,
law that goes against your principles doesn't make it okay to do in that country. And you know that it's morally right by your standards that you
don't
grew up
do it.
with. Exactly.
If I had any advice, I would say follow American laws in the law, whatever country you're in, but definitely don't go out there for that, man. Believe me.
Follow follow the laws from your own country, but at the same time, don't break the laws in the country that you're visiting.
There you go. There you go.
So, what I tell people to do is to
That's
fly
some sick shit.
when you go overseas, is to fly under the radar and stay out of trouble.
I think people now are scared, especially those big YouTuber, trying to impress, trying to what you call this one, trying to do their YouTube or social media, trying to boost it. So doing something in the Philippines, so they're scared now because of Vitali, what Vitali show. Everyone's
Good.
scared to do this.
Good. Do I think he deserves 30 years? No.
Allah, I need
But
to go down now, please. I am buffering.
okay. Well, we're here if
Okay,
you
bye
want to
bye.
come back. I'll probably be here another 5-10 minutes. I'm not, trying to stay up that late. But
Okay,
thank
I'll
you.
be just learning.
Thank you for coming
Bye
up.
bye.
Bye
Okay.
bye.
Bye. Bye.
Do I think Vitality deserves 30 years in prison in the Philippines? No. But at the same time, he's in another country. with their laws. That's what I
Yeah, whatever
mean.
you're gonna get. You know, you played around in the Philippines, but if it's still heavy handed. I know a lot of people initially were like, "Oh, he deserves it," but when
I
you
agree
really
with you,
look at
Blizzard.
it, when you really look at it, like I always say, that the other guy, big, big, fuck, I forgot the name of it. Big Dog Strategies, whatever his name is. He did way worse. He did way
Mhm.
worse than Vitali, but he didn't have a huge channel. You know, he didn't have a huge channel. He didn't get all those views, so they let him walk right out of the country. You know, so yes, this is what I was thinking. Beach of Life says it's settled law in America. If you hold a U.S. passport, it's 18, regardless of local law. Any other opinions are dangerous. Yes, that's what I thought. That's what I heard. You know, was that you follow U.S. law regardless when it comes to that. You just follow U.S. law, and
And how
then
many of those people that go up there doing illegal activities actually follow the laws under the
well,
age of
no
18 passport? That's why they get in
criminals.
jail.
I mean, no criminals don't follow laws, but
Exactly.
if you got people that I don't even know why they would think that, but you do have people thinking that, hey, it's 16 over there. Nah, bro, it's 18. You're an American. It's 18. I don't care where you go. You know,
Yeah,
that's how it should be. I think that's how it is. Obviously, it's 18. So I don't want to hit. Not, and I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about because
I
you're not
understand.
promoting it, but there are guys that promote. Hey, it's 14 over here. It's 16 over here. No, it's 18. Fucking freaks. I'm sorry, man. That bothers me, man. It's just nasty, bro.
Well, this is my own personal opinion. Me being 53 years old, I can't imagine myself dating an 18-year-old girl, and especially somebody that's even younger than that. I'm 53, so I couldn't see myself doing that. But I'm married in Thailand, so I'm out of the dating game
Yeah,
altogether
there's
as
some
of right
sickos
now.
out there. There's some sick people out there, bro.
And
And they go to these countries too. They're in
do,
America. I mean, I know they have their local people who do the same things, but that's not my concern. I'm concerned with Americans, you know, because I'm an American. But you have sick people who do bad things in America, and they travel also. You know what I mean? So there was
uh,
one point in time where I made a video aimed towards the Filipinas, and I said, "Hey, why aren't you guys telling this story? Why aren't you guys looking out for your sisters? You know, you cater your content to Western men, right? And I'm talking to the Filipino YouTubers. You cater your content to Western men, right? You give Western men the heads up. Hey, beware of this Filipina. This is what you're looking for in a Filipina. But
or
you
use it.
don't tell your fellow Filipina sisters about all the bad shit that Western men are capable of. You know?
Yeah. It's the Beach of Light says it's a subtle law in America. If you hold a U.S. passport, it's 18 regardless of any local. I read
Yeah,
that part. It was this one here that I was going to read. The additional law in the disappeared. In the Philippines
there you go.
states foreigners abide by the AOC 18, and that probably is true in the Philippines. But what you got to realize, there's 195 countries in the world. Two of them are solvable, which is I think Palestine and the Vatican City in Italy. But the other is 193
Their
countries,
laws are
and
for their citizens.
their laws are for their citizens. I agree with that, but they do have laws that well I consider underage, but in their country it's perfectly legal.
Yeah,
But
Iraq was trying to pass laws for 9-year-old, but I don't even want to talk about that, bro. That's sick.
nah,
Hey, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy, man.
That's the sad part.
Yeah, I
There's
think,
crazy
but I
people in
think
the world.
that's the problem, and that's the easiest solution is to just follow American law. When it comes to that, follow American law. Now you don't want to follow the marijuana law outside of America, you know what I mean? But that one right there, absolutely, absolutely follow it. I don't care.
As
Don't be
as
playing that game. Oh, I could go here, this there, and I could go here and this there. No, because I heard that about the Philippines, but then I heard
it's Thailand that legalized.
something else. You know, nah, bro, you don't want to play around with that stuff.
Thailand
If
legalized weed.
if I'm ever asked, and I hope nobody that follows me is gonna ask me that. But what's the legal age here or there or there? I'm saying, um, you know, follow American law. That's it. It's 18.
Yeah,
It's
and
18.
when I was
Why you want to know that shit anyway?
when I was when I was in Chiang Mai in the expat group and helping people that come overseas, the ones that come overseas, and the first thing I want to know is how much it is to rent a girlfriend being a sex pack. I said, man, there's plenty of YouTube videos and stuff online to tell you about this stuff. Now, you want to learn how to potentially find you a good Thai woman over here, I can help you. I can help you with that, but you're gonna have to do the work yourself. Now, if you don't do it, you can't blame me if things don't work out. But it's certain things
This
that
is hi, Miss Wishy. And Miss You
there's
Wish
some
says Iraq is. I'm sorry, bro. It's like, but must be a delay. We keep trying to talk at the same time. But I
no,
want to let me
go
read this
ahead.
one. Yeah, let me read this one. Iraq religion is Muslim, Shia. Actually, as a Muslim woman has her period 3 times, she's allowed to get married. Yeah. Not saying
Ooh,
I agree, I disagree. That's religion, and that ain't changing. So, like I said,
and
I wouldn't want to go there. Let's be honest. Like, I don't want to see that. I don't want to be around that. Just don't be unscrupulous. Yeah. Have some freaking boundaries and morals. Yeah.
yep, I agree with Commander
Me too.
Alf Alpha Turkey. Has some freaking boundaries and moral values. Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely, man. So, man, it's been a pleasure, man. I'm gonna get up out of here because it's almost 4:30. It's almost
All right,
4:30 a.m.
well, take care.
Yeah, got to be up in
Take
like
care.
3 hours. So, I appreciate you
And
guys.
that's
I appreciate everybody that came on, man. Expat, Adam. If you got any parting words, man, go right ahead. You want to plug your channel? Go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say, goodbye to the viewers and all. I'm not here to promote my channel. I was here to, talk here online. So you enjoy getting your good night rest,
Yeah, I will.
Blizzard,
Thank
and
you,
I'll
man.
let you go.
Thank you, bro. I'll see you on your next upload, man. I'll see you there, bro. So
Thank you.
it's thank you for everybody that came up tonight, man. Icy, Miss Wishy, of course. Um, Adam, expat living overseas. We also had Cisco
Cisco, Joe.
International, and we had Joe. And like I said, man, I don't know where this is going. I don't know where this channel is going to take me. But there's one thing um, that you're going to get from Blizzard, and that's just, I think, balance, and somebody with a good heart. You know, we could talk about anything on my channel, anything. You know, as long as we do it with understanding. You know what I mean? And we're
Your
not yelling and screaming at each other. You know, and a willingness to learn and hear somebody else out. You know,
your lives are pretty long, so I would recommend maybe like an hour or so. Pick a certain topic and maybe just talk about that, and then for the rest of the time, let people talk random and stuff.
yeah.
You know,
That's how I
they
started out. That's how I usually was doing it. I really didn't prepare a topic tonight. You know what I'm saying? So if I had a topic, I would usually stay on that topic for 2 hours. That's why I started out. And then I will open it up and we would talk about it. And then
This
at the end, it goes anywhere. But
this
it is what
live,
it
I'm going
is.
to stay away from politics.
Yeah, I did say that. I did. I did. Politics will always be there tomorrow. you know.
But
But
I
yeah, nah, it'll
understand
be
it.
good, man.
It was right. Nobody was commenting or offering any topics or questions
Yep.
or anything. So you're just trying to keep your live stream going. So I
Yeah,
understand. Yeah.
that's what we gotta do, man. I think this.
I,
I think there's a space for. I think there's a space for balanced people. People that want to hear from both sides. People that aren't afraid to admit their faults. Say I fucked up. You know what I mean? Just level-headed people, man. There's a space for us, man. It's not a big, huge space. It's not a
yeah,
big, huge space, but it's there. It's there. You know.
I think that would make a good
So
video.
yeah.
Talk about the mistakes I've made in the past and what led me to being more humble, which was my stroke I mentioned before, and the life that I'm living now, how I got to that stage.
Yeah,
But
being behind bars, humble me. Well, I wasn't there
mm,
that long. Wasn't there that long, but believe me, it
every
works.
I think everybody has their own pit of
Yep,
despair that they have to
yes,
crawl out
sir.
of because they
It
don't always
works.
have somebody that comes along and pull you out of it. But
Yep.
anyway, you want to go, so I won't keep talking.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to go. All right, brother. I'll be back up here Friday, man.
See you later.
All right, brother. Take it easy, man. So, like, if Calvin's on, I'm gonna go behind Calvin. Calvin is Sunshine Shoulders. So I don't know if he's coming on Friday night. So that's the difference. If Calvin is not on, I'll come on at 9:30. Friday. If he's on, I'll wait for him. I'll let him do his thing, and I'll go on after him at 11:45 p.m. Friday, Eastern Standard Time in the U.S. So that's how we do it here, Blizzard, especially on the Wednesdays. This is what you can expect Wednesday nights. It's just an open forum. You want to get anything off your chest, it's welcome here. As long as you do it, like I said, man, with a willingness to hear the other side, with a level head, you know, no doubt, Adam. So I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream, man. I hope you guys come back. Check me out Friday, which will be a little different format. The longer focus on the topic. I'll come up with a topic. We'll focus on it for 2 hours, and then we'll bring guests up. And like I said, anybody's welcome. Open discussions. This is a place for men to be able to talk freely, openly. Yes, you'll get some pushback, but you won't get hate. You won't get yelled out of the room, and you won't get shamed. That's BlizzardAbroad. That's the community I'm building here. We're building here. So I hope to see you Friday right back here. Until next time, BlizzardAbroad.